Anyways, we get back to Railway Empire 2. And I don't we were connecting was it Mississippi to Texas? Um and the game took the difficulty from here to there, where before it was a lot more story, and this was like build faster, make more money, build faster, make more money. So it's been a whole thing. It was how about them trains, doing them train stuff. Yep, Holder Randy, yeah. But so yeah, so what we got going on here is he keeps giving us objectives with very short deadlines. So I have to the end of next year to get Houston up to 60,000. That's probably not that big a deal. But I've got about one, not yeah, about a year and a half to get 7 goods. Which we have all that wired up. Now the problem I have is for getting more goods. The next nearest good is Jackson and this. So that's 2 goods over here I can get. And then salt, which means I would have to buy 3 more regions to get that at 150,000 each. While we're not making a whole lot of money. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I need 4 more regions because this one's in the way. Unless it like scooch around here. Oh man, this is rough. Unless I can get things going. Now this would have been easier, except Houston here decided I needed to make tools. So some private industry, some family business said, you know what? We're gonna go into the tool trade. There's no tools in Houston. We're gonna make tools. And cool. There's I guess demand. But Houston, tools require steel. Do you know what I don't see anywhere at all in this entire region? Steel. So they're in a business to make a product where they cannot get the supply to make the product. So it is a dead business on arrival. And I was like, all right, well, let me buy the business and just get rid of it. Oh wait, actually the price went down. It went for, at first it was 1.5 million or something like that. I'm like, I can't buy that. So I guess we're waiting for that to go out of business, because if that goes out of business, I can make them make planks, which will be another net new item on the network. Um, and then honestly, I might even get rid of the beer on Houston because Beaumont provides that. Can you build a mill or build? So if the city gets big enough, I believe it's at 5 of these blocks. Yeah, I can buy it. Earlier it was 1.5 million when I checked, or 1.2 or something like that. It was way beyond my budget, considering I have 100,000. But with it being at 200,000, that might be a good choice to actually go there, buy it, delete it, and then put a plank business in place. Because I do have access to logs, which will be planks, which then can provide the entire network, making all of these places happy, and getting our objectives. Anyways, without further ado, let's get this playing, and we'll get that going. So we did just hook up to the apples, if I remember. So I probably do need another train going out this way. And I want to hook up to San Antonio or any of these other locations, but yeah. Oh, you have to delete the business. You can't refurbish it? No. I have to go to this business. Actually, let's double check. Make sure I'm not lying. So I go to tools. Yeah, so I have to physically buy the business. And then once I buy the business, I can demolish it and put a new business in. The good news is I usually, if I remember correctly, they do give me a partial refund, or at least mostly a refund. Um, Sorry about that yawn. It was a big ol' heckin' yawn. Alright, so I cannot make the tools work because coal's up here. That'd be 2 regions. If I go over here, I can hook up dairy, and that might be a good one. I tried giving another 14 subs, but Twitch won't let you for some reason. I appreciate the thought. I wonder why. I know there's a big thing the other day that Twitch had a bug going back about a week. That for some time frame for people gifting on mobile, it just refunded everything. And Twitch put out a big apology, and they're like, okay, we're still gonna, honor the streamers getting those, but it's like the people who received them, the subs are gone. We don't know who got them all. So they were just like, okay, you'll have to resub kind of thing, but Or like they did something to like honor the revenue side of it, but they couldn't do the whole thing. So like, hey, you'll have to do this thing on your end. But that was a bug for like it was just a short window on mobile. Twitch is saying, look, you've been generous enough. I do appreciate it. It's a ridiculously generous you've been today. All of you. So yeah, my maintenance depot is here. It does seem like the locomotives are wearing out way faster for some reason. I'm wondering if this map, they've just set all the settings, like literally it's kind of the same thing as our, or not the last map. No, but like the last map, because we set up our network. But they just upped the difficulty, which would be fair. Seeing a streamer broken is always a good thing. Fair enough. Sorry about that. Yeah. Raids are broken and subs are broken. They need to fix their product. Yeah. I haven't... So, raids seem to have been doing better recently. Because there was a long time there that I would go to raid out, and like only 1/3 of the people would get there. And I do believe they were trying to... Peter Ponders. Peter Ponders is the person we're thinking of. Yes, Burning Sun. That is who I was thinking about that. Because it's sitting there. Because Peter Ponders is an absolutely ridiculously nice person. I'm gonna sit here just because it was a whole thing. I'm going to do a shout out for Peter. And Peter's gonna be sitting there probably. I mean, they won't be live right now. Because it's in their hours. But I'm gonna do a shout out for Peter Ponders. Been doing. It says their next stream is Zomboid Extravagandoid Jamboreoid. Product Zomboid. Because that's what Peter does. But like, absolutely super duper wholesome dude. 100% recommend checking him out. Just absolutely a good bean. Yeah, that was the reason it's bugging me. So it's like, it's a friend of the channel. We've raided back and forth. I've hung out in his chat a whole bunch of times. He's hung out here. He had, like, that's the reason it popped in my head. Is like, that mustache is, like, he does the whole thing. Like, it is a heckin' epic mustache. Like, if he looks for, like, a long-term sponsor on the channel, he needs to have a long-term sponsor that is, like, mustache, like, grooming product line or something. Because they would make bank. Like, he could plug it entirely his channel and it'd be like 100% fluid, not distracting from the content. Just be like, just, oh, my wonderful mustache. Yeah, I maintain my wonderful mustache with Dave's mustache products or whatever the crap. I have no idea about mustache products. I just trim mine. I don't do anything fancy. I'm glad you've asked about my epic mustache. Now to our sponsor. Which would be the exact kind of sponsor that Twitch basically was going to make a whole thing. Would that be a loophole in the Twitch ad thing? The mustache takes up too much space on screen. So that's the thing. It has to be a burn-in thing, so it has to be that. So people already had loopholes. Like when they announced that policy, there's a whole bunch of people who got like the projector screen thing and like set up a projector behind them, like advertising like Intel on the projector in like the background. But because it's not technically a burn-in ad, it's a product placement ad, it would be okay. Like, if I was being sponsored by Coke, not being sponsored by Coke, and it's like, Coca-Cola, that's okay. That's product placement. By the way, Coke, if you want to start sending me checks, I am happy to do the whole, making sure the front of the can is doing there. Some people call that selling out. I call that, hey, it's such a minor thing, and if they're willing to pay me for it, it means I can, hopefully tell Twitch where it can shove its ads. I mean, the fanciest they get buying my new racer every now and then. Yeah. I have a mustache. Hey, coming. Hair club for men. Gotcha. Yeah. I was gonna say the sponsor Twitch wants a bit of. Yes. Like honestly, them doing what they did yesterday, it's like okay, like I'm like super not thrilled by it, but I also, it's like I understand that they're gonna do that. That doesn't mean I'm gonna forgive them for anything. Right? Wait, you know supply route out here? Come on, man. But it was the not apology was the thing that really set me off. I'm like, don't gaslight me. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's third party advertisers on the platform is the thing you're genuinely concerned about. But like on the list of why you did that, it's like bullet point 5. The thing is you want us to use your brand new, not even available to everyone yet, built-in first like product branding thing where it puts like the ad banner over the bottom of the screen and over chat and on the top of the thing and all that. You want us to use that. That way you get your cut. Don't lie to my face. That's the thing that like really set me off. All right. So how are we doing on time? So we should make December for that as long as we keep stuff going. All right, so we need to get our product in here. The dairy is probably the easiest one for to get right now, except this little. I'm just watching them drive the price up. I'm out of this bid, but this is the first time I've seen the NPCs go at it. They took that from something I could afford to double that. Thanks, NPC. I appreciate you. I don't. I lied to them. God forbid it was a charity stream or a big name streamer. Oh, well, that was the worst thing. Is the way they did it. It would have made like when I did the charity stream for not Gamers Outreach. Um. Oh, which one was it? There was a whole bunch of them I've done for the kiddos. But the last one, technically they gave me money. I put that money into giveaways and all that. So I didn't actually make any money off of it. I had them, instead of giving the money, me pay taxes and then do a giveaway. I was like, just put that right in the giveaway. Um, so like, I wouldn't have to worry about all the tax paperwork. But I had them give that, to do the giveaway. But technically, because they were going to offer money and everything, that could have potentially run afoul of that policy if it went through a charity stream. Let's see. The more I think about it, the last few months started seeing big streamers putting sponsored names on their screen, like GNC and ours. I think that's a trigger Twitch move. Yeah, there's more money to grab. But like it's one thing. Like it's one thing. See, that's the tech that they literally just got. All right, so let's upgrade our freight. Go here, edit. Good. It costs almost nothing. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's a non-zero number of channels using third-party advertisers. Shay's latest prank. Oh yeah, that's just telling me about the train. We just saw that earlier. But I'm sure that is a thing that is a means of getting additional revenue. There are probably some people, probably just big streamers, because they're the only ones that'd probably be able to justify it, where they effectively put ads the exact same style that Twitch does in their stream. Oh, the sub goal thing was starting. I was like, what do you mean it's beaten? No, nothing happened. Don't do this to me. But but yeah, so it's very clear that kind of thing. All right. Um hmm. So down here, I already have these goods. Or the Twitch drops, gift 2 subs participating streamer, get a free drop in game. That makes them a lot of money. Yeah. Like the getting in-game things for subs, I'm not super against. So it's one thing you have to be careful. Like if
expansion in this area is progressing more slowly than I would have liked, but at least faster than I expected.
I look. We're on the west. Is anyone looking to accept a little money? I need someone to disappear discreetly. Like, there is an immediate need for them to disappear very discreetly. Just saying. I want to connect these two because that'll be money. But at the same time, I need that money to get up here due to the tight deadline for this objective. I'm gonna take the chance. We're gonna go down here. How much do you cost? Don't cost a lot. Why do you cost so freaking much? Because I want to get these other ones. If I get these other stops on here, that's income. That's revenue. And I can then use that revenue to help me boost the other direction. Versus over here, I have to pay 150,000 for one resource. Because I already have logs available right here. Or I go here for 150,000. I get the ore that I can't use yet. Because that ore requires coal, and that's another region. I do get corn. No, I have corn. Literally, if I take this one, I get one resource, and otherwise I just get more spots. But you got 400,000? Yeah. So I think the one I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do San Antonio. Is gonna be your first one. You do meat. You do beer. Man, why can't you choose different products? So we could choose San Antonio. We could get this route. So that costs that much. Please give me almost all of that money back. Oh, you are not even gonna be close. Yeah, so it's got harder difficulty that I only got about a third of that back. Oh, you punk. Salt? I don't see salt. Because that's sugar. The salt is in the next region up there. And I've already got sugar down here. Okay. Yeah, no, it's no problem. I would rather you point it out, and then it's like, oh no, that's not a thing, than to not point it out, and that, you know, being an obvious thing I could fix. Alright. So I think I have San Antonio connect through here. I really want to do it with Austin, but Austin... Oh no, that's right. I was gonna do the 4 network here. I can't do that. I don't have the money. So we're gonna take San Antonio. We're just gonna hook it up to the network at all. Okay, so it's that's about as cheap as it's gonna get, I think. So I get that hooked up. Which I'll be okay at first. I can hook San Antonio up to Parker train station. At least get San Antonio starting to produce meat. Now try and connect it up. Oh man, I gotta go through all of this? No, I don't. Do I bridge it over there? I could bridge it over there, put it on the switcher. It'd be a less direct route. I think we bridge it. So what I mean by bridge it is like... I'd have to do this lane though, because I need to do the inside lane first. So I'll go way back here. We would do that, and then connect this. Alright. I want to get the next one on there. And then that would be connected, because I could put the 4-way connection. Actually, I can get by with a 3-way connection for right now. It won't be ideal, but I really don't have the money to do ideal if I wanted to. So that's 1 way in, 1 way out. Alright. So cool. Alright, so you have San Antonio. You'll get the cattle. No, you won't. I'll leave that for this route. So cancel the cattle. So you go from here, you cut across there, you go past here, and you go to Houston for pickup. And then you will grab the veggies and this on the way back. Alright, so let's consider our lane math on here. So you're leaving out of the only lane here. So lane 2. That's going to go over here. It's going to hug onto this one. There we go here. I wish I could see what your utilization... Oh, actually I can. Oh, wait, you're just cutting through Parker, so it doesn't matter. You're not actually dropping off. You have just 2 lanes there, so it doesn't matter. You're going to go through... You're just going through here, so that's fine. So we get to Houston. Now, Houston, you only have the 2 lanes to get to. You're going to go to lane 1, because it's less utilized. So you'll do that. Now you'll turn around to Cole. You take lane 2 in Cole. No, you're not. You're taking lane 1. That way you don't conflict, because this is lane 1 on the bottom, that's lane 2 on the top. No, actually, wait a second. That goes out. You're going on lane 2. So that way you're going the correct direction. Now you're going to go over here. I want you on 3. No. Yeah, I want you on 3. That way you're out here to go this way. Why are you going to go over there? Don't do that. That's fine, whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So we got our whole lane math thing going on here. This is a... Why can't... Oh, there we go. I was like, why can't I afford this? This is the freight one. So that's going to move our freight between it. Yep, I am aware. And then separately, we go to San Antonio, forget all of this, and then we go to Houston. And at Urine Express, and I get that hooked up. And my hope is that steel business, by being not profitable, will continue cutting its price down, so I can hopefully just buy it out from underneath them and replace it with a plank place. Oh, to add in ridiculous nonsense, take a look at Austin and what they decided to make their second factory. We don't have coal or iron ore for them to make their steel with. So, good job, team. You're really thinking that one through. I mean, I guess technically, Austin was like, "Hey, man, did you hear about that tool company over there in Houston? They don't have any steel. So, like, they're desperate for steel. So if we started making steel, we could fill that supply exclusively, and we would make money." Completely ignoring the fact that the whole reason why the Houston tool company is struggling is because they don't have steel, and then going, wait a second, where are you going to get your raw resources for making your steel? Oh, right, they're not available nearby. They're making some real good decisions. They are making decisions. That is a thing that has occurred. Okay, so there's the Express. That's fine. Unfortunately, this is going to be a real problem. Like, the very next investment I have to do is setting up a second rail on here. Because those express and freight trains are going to conflict to just drag the whole thing to a stop. All right. They're making decisions. That they are. They did decide on things. Water tower maintenance. I should already have one along this line that I don't need to add another. Yeah, I could have sworn there was... I thought there was one over here. Alright, nope, I need one. Where is the water tower maintenance? I have one on every route already. The to me the bigger ones I need to have the other lane here first. So we'll do that, then we'll do the water tower maintenance. All of that cutting even more into our already non-existing financial situation. Okay. So with this, I can go to there and make that a 4 splitter. Make it a 2 over here. Okay. And before we go too far, let's grab our train here. Edit our route. Right, so that one will be fine. I don't need to change anything with that one, really. Wait, do I want to change something with that one? No, it's fine. It's fine. The freight, though, I want to change. So, San Antonio doesn't need to change. There's... Actually, take that back. We will change it. You're going into spot 1 for the drop-off. Then you go to Houston. That's fine. You pop her to coal. Okay, so that's the lane going through. So yeah, so coal on 2 will be fine. I know that's the more utilized lane. I'm trying to keep them so they don't crisscross and block each other. And then Parker. I believe I want you on 4. Why do you do that? It's whatever. Oh, right, because you got 4 lanes going in, only 2 lanes going out. If I connect the 4 lanes through the whole thing, then I'll fix that problem. That's fine. You know what? We're living with it. Okay, so let's check where our water tower is before I forget about that. Yeah, so you've got one there. We'll put it here. That way it's a nice distance from the other one, and it services that route. Okay. So, hey, businesses that's struggling. You willing to go cheap yet? Oh ho, your price is coming down. If I just keep waiting. Yeah, they'll go to that supply route. So it'll be fine. Yeah, corn and apples, those trains are full up. Alright, so downside is I gotta buy that business, then I gotta get rid of it. I'm not gonna get my full money back. And then I'm also going to have to go and buy a new business that's actually compatible with this and not let RNG try and decide it. So if we went to factories, oh man, you're 396. You're killing me. Because I only have 1 year left almost on the dot. Alright. Okay, what am I doing? Because I can spend 150,000 to get the milk, and that puts milk on the whole system. And that would satisfy that need and be profitable. But because of this stupid little thing here, get a loan. I mean, I should probably. In this case, I might actually have to. Ugh. I don't know what that ticking was about. Oh, it was probably for an auction for science I already have. So they're auctioning against each other, even though I'm not participating. Okay. Do we go for the milk? Going for the milk is definitely worth considering. And they chose to put in dresses even though I do not have a source of fabric. Literally every one of the secondary businesses they put, we don't have the supplies to support. Like, if I go all the way over to Jackson, I can make that happen. Work the product placement turn can more. Don't bid against me. Okay. Okay. So, demolish you. Do you really want to demolish? Demolishing it does not create costs. As work the product placement more. Alright, so we're going to leave that. I mean, it's losing me money every turn. Fine, we'll demolish it. Don't put anything there. Not yet. I've got my mouse over this. Don't do it. Okay? I'll take a stupid loan. $200,000 should be more than enough. Alright, so that provides a new material on the network that'll provide for all of these places, letting them scale up their operations. So that should help everyone along the process. You have your 2 rails that go out here. So you've already got your wheat for Houston. Where is the second train you're going to have on that rail? Are you also going to grab wheat for Houston? You are. All right, so not getting any wood through there, so let's edit. Add a 3rd train onto the circuit. That'll help that. All right. And our freight train. And our passenger train. They're trying to like put the money into investing to keep money rolling in. That's all going to San Antonio, so that's good. All right. We're missing any science back here? We are. They got like they have a couple places they just didn't. Oh, extra revenue? Yes, do that. They weirdly just skipped a bunch of like really old science. Which I noticed the price never goes down, which is a little disappointing, but also understandable. So drop off the sugar and the wheat. We drop off the passengers. San Antonio is growing. These are all growing. Everything's going good over here. We have a new product on the network, which weirdly I didn't go up a product, so that's deeply concerning. Oh, because there's literally been no planks because you're bottlenecking on... Okay, so you're going to start bringing in logs now. Cool. I still feel like I might need one more on there. The next investment is I think we push out to the dairy, because that'll get me up to 9 products. Because they're nothing new down here at all. I don't think I can realistically wait on these. All right. Because I'm also trying to avoid taking really high interest bonds. Because if I take those, we'll be in really bad shape. Because like we'll get the money now to set up the network, and then the interest will just be something that just chips away at us over the whole time. Yeah, because that'll get us the dairy on here. And if I'm really lucky and I can get all the way to Jackson, yeah, if I can get the we get Louisiana, get the dairy and wood hooked up here, and then do separately get Jackson, that'd give us the cloth and the yarn, and then that cloth would actually work with Beaumont to get the dresses. So that would give me both that and that. Yeah, I mean, the wood would, like, I already have wood on the network, but I'm going to go ahead and set up on that as well. I keep hoping that I'm going to see why these ones, like, if you connect this one, that'll be good. Because that'd also be the reason to go for these two as well. Like, if I set these ones up as well, that could be just revenue. Because that's what it kind of feels like. It feels like you have limited resources and you're trying to decide between putting what's good for your revenue and then doing what's good for your mission objective. Okay, so we've got that. For right now, I'm going to bypass the logs with intent on setting those up later. Am I going to be able to scooch past here? We'll see. Look, I know I'm colliding with Texas. Hang on. All right, so set that point there. I realize this. All right, let's start trying to fix this. Okay. This is going to require a pretty big slowdown here, but that's okay. Turn the topography contour lines. All right, well, I'm not going the whole way around that hill. Right here to the middle part. So you can scooch around that a little bit. Okay, so we did bring the cost down considerably. Okay, now that'll be able to get us hooked up with the dairy farm way out there. But I'll get the what'll end up happening later is we'll get the lumber. We'll put a train station there and put it in the middle of the route. Right now, I just need to get this connected at all. All right, so you're the right lane. All right, we are good there. And then by getting milk on the route, or dairy, it's not specifically milk, but like dairy on the route, that means we'll be able to get to all of them. Right, and I had to bring the cattle into Houston because Austin has meat. And so I didn't have a means of getting it there otherwise. All right, so you're bottlenecking here. So I'm going to need to add extra lanes in this area, which is fine because there's extra lanes needed here. Of course, it costs that much. That's fine. It's not unexpected. All right. I'm going to need more lanes going between my cities pretty soon. Or just, they're all going to bottleneck on top of each other as well. I might have to go over to Austin, buy out its steel industry, and then make that into something else. Actually, Austin has a roadway to get cattle. Then you have a direct route, so I might be able to take the cattle off of this and put dairy in our warehouse here. Hey, wow, Dane, how's it going? Okay, so we've got that hooked up. So now I need to go here. Not the express, but this one. I need to edit the route. And add way over here. Add you on the route. It doesn't matter which lane we're going for. So you'll grab the dairy. You'll come back through here. Back to Houston. And then that'll take you back to Austin. All right. So the place where this ends up being an actual thing. So I need to go here. You're in lanes 4 and 5. Let's put you on 4. I can put you on 3 and it doesn't melt everything down. Only interstation in Beaumont to turn around. That's what I was afraid of. So we go here, take you off that one, put you on 6. I don't need to have a preference in that one. Only enters Austin to turn around. Yep. Because I'm going to go over here because I forgot to finish setting this up. That should get that on the network. Okay. So that gives us dairy on the network. I'm not going to worry about setting up that yet. I think the next move is to buy out that steel industry and make it into furniture, I think. Or buy out that beer. Well, actually, how much would you charge me to buy your clothing store? So 145. How much are you charging to make this take the steel from you? 142. Okay, at least those are cheap, relatively speaking. So I can buy that out, and we can put in a furniture factory. Because I'll have all the resources I need from the other town. Ugh, you're 500,000. Let's see. Rual, have you ever heard of the World War II style multiplayer war simulator where every building on both sides are built and maintained by every player and all the vehicles are also made by players? Oh, yeah, I've heard about that one, that it's a logistics game. Yeah, I don't know anything about it really, but I know a lot of people are like, it's a big World War II game that just ended up being mostly logistics, which is, the whole point. All right, so Houston's continuing to grow. We are starting to make better money. And I still have only 7 goods going into Houston. I've only got a couple months left. All right. It's a shame with like the steel companies and that it gets cheaper. I kind of wish it would just kind of, it go out of business and go away. Are there any other business I'd want? So we can do the furniture. That's a given. We can do dairy. That'd be a given. We can do a paper mill. That's something we could do. Because we have wood along this whole route and over here. It looks like I'm gonna be in for that. Looking at the prices of those businesses. You're 450, you're 522, you're 522. Most of the other ones aren't relevant. Let's also look at the requirements for the cities, see which ones are earlier. Um, So dairy would be the earliest one. So actually, all 3 of them are ones I can use right now. They're all at the same tier, it looks like. Okay, that didn't really help my decision a lot. A storm took out my power. Less rains down in Berta. Yeah. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. A shame to those that show the main map. Well, it can, because that map has all the friendly buildings, supply lines, and units. Oh yeah, it's one of those things that like it's easy for information to leak to give people more information than they should have for strategy. All right. So we're just saving money right now because I need to buy up the steel plant here. You're short on resources. That's not what I want to see. You have like none of the resources. I think it's getting pretty close to the point I get to move the maintenance out of Houston. To be on other stops along the way. Alright, you have yourself a good shower and all that. I need these things to get resolved faster. We're still at 7 goods. So I need to have more freight trains along this route. And I also need to make more bypass areas, because that's one of the things that's holding it up, is because it's only 2 lanes the whole way, they just keep getting stuck on each other. Because normally I like to make our these routes like 4. But we got that over here by San Antonio. Alright, getting pretty close to the point I'm going to be able to afford to swap Austin's business. Yeah, it's like they had the steel plant, and it's not been making money for months. Like, they physically have not made a single unit of steel for months and months and months. They're like, no, we can't sell it cheaper. Versus just, no, we went bankrupt. We've lost everything. Okay, so get rid of you. Don't bid against me. We pause it. We demolish the steel plant because it's useless. And now furniture is there. Okay. So that's producing that. You're still getting caught up in wheat. Okay, so we need to get the service departments out of here. Because what's happening is we're kind of just gridlocking here, where more and more stuff is backing up. I guess it's not that bad. So put a 4th train on there. Go on this route. Put 2 more trains in that route. You're doing fine. They're doing fine. Right, so you're just cruising all the way to the end to grab resources to bring back. You're doing fine. Yeah, they're just endlessly grabbing wheat. Because I'm not sure I could fit another train this route, can I? Because there's a load-unload time. Okay, I think I can fit one more train on this route. Alright, you're trying to get someplace. Alright, and we have tourists going through. I could possibly make some more money. We are running out of time fast. Do we even have 8 goods there yet? No, I still don't. Okay, at least you're bringing the dairy for Houston. So that will be an 8th product that they have. The big thing is I believe I'm basically out of logs. Oh, good. They're finally getting logs on there. Like, that's the issue I have right now is I'm just not getting the logs in because how much wheat is needing to be moved around. The irony being is I can get another stop to bring in the logs, which will help. How are you doing on your stuff? So you need more logs. You could use cloth. You need the furniture and all that, but that requires the planks. So like if I get the wood here, that gets me planks. That's one extra resource. If we get the wood here and the planks, that gets me furniture, so that's 2 extra resources. We've got the milk on the way, and that's 3 extra resources. So we technically could accomplish this if I can get enough materials here. We are starting to get trace amounts of wood in here. Is everyone's catching up on their other stuff. All right, so let's get another stop over here to help with the wood situation. What we do is I'm going to take the supply towers. The reason I'm doing that is I can use those to make it so I delete the railway. It just deletes part of it. Okay, so I deleted that middle section. Yeah, it goes not a whole lot. The difficulty in the game on the campaign certainly escalated rapidly. So we'll refund these. Where's the other one? Okay, so cool. Now I can go and grab this line, edit you. And you go after that. And you'll be on lane 1. That way they go up this way and they shouldn't block. Okay, and you're sitting here. Because it's paused, you're not actually sitting there, you're moving. Alright. Yeah, so we're getting milk to Houston. Oh, it's all the livestock for Austin. Of course, it's... Can I get you hooked up to Austin directly? Because if I do that, then I could take the livestock out of Austin. Oh, you're waiting to connect to here to connect through? Fuck. Okay, the earthworks are not too terrible. Shaved a little off the price. Okay, so build that. Build that. Okay, so that gives me a connection from Austin here, which also let me take the apples and all that straight on through. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set a new route that goes boom, boom. Why can you not go there? Because the rail's on the other side. So just from there to there, nothing else. Great. Just one. Confirm. You'll need supplies on that line. Now Austin needs a repair place. Which need to happen anyways, because I need to get some of the people repairing at places other than Houston to try and avoid the backups being quite as bad. Okay, with that, I can take cattle entirely off of Houston's warehouse. So you can go to the warehouse here. Cattle are no longer needed because those are only being passed on to Austin, and Austin doesn't need it that. And now you can add milk onto the network. And that should help her finances by having the milk distributed everywhere. I'm very, very quickly running out of time, and I still don't have stuff there. They're still mostly up here with wheat most of the time. Oh, good. A full load of wood for Houston. So that should hopefully get us some planks. That should be 8 goods, right? Why is it not 8 goods? What am I missing now? We've got wheat. We've got corn. We've got wood. I've got meat. I've got beer. There's more than 8 goods here. What? Make 10 different... Oh, available to Austin at the same time. Oh, no. You need wheat. It's already on its way. So you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is bad. Crap. Do you have the apples available for passing on? You do not. You can get milk over to Austin. That'll be one. That'll be another one. I can get the apples from going there directly. All right, so we've got all that. Let's grab the one train that goes along this route. Edit your route. You now go to Hilton as well. You can do a second train for your route. Because that'll get you apples. That'll be one more product on your line. You need the vegetables. Oh, good. You've got room for another business. We'll make it paper. If we make it paper, that might save our day. Because then you'll get furniture, you'll get planks, you'll get paper, you'll get apples. You might get dairy. But for that to happen, I need to be able to actually get paper on here. The paper's 450. So we'll try and get paper on here. I'm gonna probably have to take a loan. I know, time. We're taking a loan. Ooh. That's not terrible. All right, Austin. Let's do this, buddy. How are you doing about getting actual logs through? Nothing but wheat. Why, if you're going to Beaumont, why are you going all the way that? It's fine. So I want to get the additional lanes over here. And then over here as best we can. Don't really think it means to do that. We already adjusted the warehouse, right? Yes. We're about to game over. It has to be this month, so I don't have time to build more infrastructure to even make it happen. If it's not already in place, it's too late. Too little, too late kind of thing. Yeah, this one's brutal. If we do game over this one, I might go to the custom map. Because, like, this one, I'm going to have to, like, restart, probably. And I don't want to just keep restarting this kind of thing. Yeah, this one escalated real quickly. Oh, come on. Please. Alright, we got dairy on the way. That's one good extra. It's all entirely if they get these planks up here and the paper. If they deliver the planks and paper up to Austin, then there's hope. I got something to drink? Nice. I did welcome in and go, right, Agoso? If I didn't, welcome. And game over. In 2, 1. Yeah, no, it's
I warned you not to fail me. My tasks were realistically planned and feasible. Your failures are your own. It's time to replace you with a more capable person.
yeah, so I had to get 10 different goods available. So like the thing that I ran into with this chapter was I didn't realize it was Austin. I was focused on Houston because that was where the rest of it was. When it was like Austin, it's like, oh, wait a second. All right, so I think we're gonna mess with a custom map. Um, the campaign's been fun and challenging and all that, but like it's kind of annoying to have like that, the whole thing. So it's interesting that they have the whole map. You can have the whole map of Europe. So you can basically do Europe or North America for the whole map. So Europe has the interesting thing of that's a whole separate continent you gotta reach. Hmm. Looks like you need to train more. But yeah, so I'm down to mess with this. So we could do this one. So let's see. So Europe has ever so slightly. Oh, it says all maps. I don't know what that means. All maps like implies just the North America is the all maps, and then Europe is its own thing. So let's go to all maps. We'll do the whole thing. Um, where do I want to start? Because last time I started at Tampa. Part of me wants to just start like right in the middle of the map. St. Louis. Do they have St. Louis? I don't think they have St. Louis. Oh, they have Louis. You know what Memphis? I was thinking it was farther south than it was. Oh, yeah, St. Louis and Louisville. Gotcha. Yeah, you can do St. Louis. Right along the Mississippi. That works. Let's start at the top of the huge mountain. Oh, yeah, choose some up here like the Idaho Falls or Salt Lake. Well, I mean, Salt Lake City's not on the mountain itself. Yeah, was it Grand Junction or something like that? No, it was Deming. It was these ones here, Albuquerque and Deming and Santa Fe. They're up on the giant mountain. You can see the Twin Cities where we live. Yep, we can do it. We can start with St. Louis. So we can once again choose our character. So we have the gangster, who acquires factories from cities without an auction. They get more refunds on auction. Basically, his whole thing is he has lots of bonuses for auctioning, but when it comes to building tracks and tunnels and all that, it's more expensive by a very large margin. Be the entrepreneur who they do slower maintenance on their vehicles, but they get more of a bonus when it comes to their staffing and the returns they get from express trains. Let's see. You have the professor has reduced auction cost and reduced locomotive costs, but also gets less revenue from their passenger trains. The general has high costs for tunnels and bridges, but lower tract costs and more revenue from mail and all that. Factory and rural business upgrades are cheaper. All buildings within business all business buildings within the cities are cheaper, but the personnel costs are higher. Have I played the scientist guy yet? I don't think so. Did we play the scientist? You mean the professor, I assume. I think we played against him at one point. Yeah, that wouldn't be that bad. He gets a lot of bonuses. It's just we take the penalty from passenger and mail revenue, which is big. Oh, good. It actually kept a bunch of these things. Sure, I'm not gonna bother like doing a bunch of renaming or anything. Actually, might not fail rails. The acronym doesn't mean anything. All right, I don't really care about the. We'll just make it. It's. We'll just leave it alone. It's fine. I don't care about the character name. Okay. Yeah, you mess the professor. All right. So last time we played, um, this is the game as intended. Initial funds are not reduced to tracks. Train offer full complexity. All costs and revenue are normal levels, but competitors can take over other companies. So last time we played it on normal and we demolished them. So I might set it on advanced. You know, to 3 competitors, strength of an AI, The higher level AI, the lower it costs to track and structure it faster they can make decisions. If it's a dude who got a name of Clark Burke, nah, that's fine. Sets a level of difficulty on task to advance. Inflation rate moderate. So construction will go up in costs, track costs, and all that. Refunds unlimited. If active, there may be cities on the map that need to be founded first. If disabled, the cities are available from the start, which is not always historically accurate. I mean, all right, so I'm going to mess with advanced this time, because when we did on normal, we just slaughtered the competition, and I was like, what do we do now?
Good to see you. You have several competitors on this big map, and I've written down some tasks for you to start with. Follow them to get the highest score possible.
All right, so they want us to connect Columbia to St. Louis, a bunch of revenue. And we'll have to do Alpine to Alpine later. And we have to make Memphis the city with the highest population. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We have to get Atlanta cloth. Atlanta is way the heck down here. Like, Atlanta is way down here. 7 cities with express trains, good train stations. Produce 28 loads of beer. All right, so the first thing is Columbia to St. Louis is the first objective. I have 2 years to make that happen. And you're all making meat. Oh, they're willing to pay us a lot to connect up everything. Okay. So the first thing I gotta decide is how we want to set up our network this time. Because I've done where I have like the big like bus ribbon that kind of goes through everything. I kind of liked the way that worked. Um I guess it would make sense to have a north, south, and an east, west. So maybe what I'd do is it'd have like the east west goes to like Kansas, Topeka, probably Wichita, Dodge City. This is where it gets tenuous. But like do the east west ribbon. And then like the north south, you just choose some place where there's like a lot of cities kind of along the way. Maybe just like along the coast, east south the whole way down. We'll have to figure. I'm gonna have to have multiple main grids. All right, but I think St. Louis makes sense. Well, actually, he wants Memphis to be the biggest city. You're all the way down there. All right, so we're gonna start having this be a depot. So we'll hook up St. Louis to Louisville, Columbia. Like that'll be the east-west route we're working on right now. So the first thing is, what network do I have? I don't have anything. Perfect. That is the exact amount I want. All right, so yeah, I'll start this on the top side. And I get a decent payout if I hook up Columbia, and it's my first objective, so we're just going to immediately beeline. We'll do a direct connection to Columbia. Yeah, we'll do 2 lanes to go up north for supplies. All right, so we're going to have bridges. Along there. Trying to reduce our costs as much as we can. All right, so we've got that one set up. That'll be our first rail.
Another task checked off.
I have the return route. Okay, so we've got you hooked up here. All right, so that connects those two. And to get the payout, I have to actually have a train reach it. Okay, and so at the moment I have just the grasshopper, so I'm not going to bother separating out express from not express yet. So I've got that set up. You're building on the second, third platform, which costs extra? Yep. Yeah, because I'm deliberately putting this over here so I can run these down here. Because I need to grab these resources, and then I want to go up here for these resources. And then for this one, I want to be able to get those resources later. So I am deliberately putting this there for that. I probably shouldn't worry about it because of refunding there. I just don't want to rebuild the thing a bunch of time. Okay, so you're going to want this stuff right away. Actually, put it on the other side so when I weave it around, it goes smoother. For right now, I will put down the same one. We've got that. Just that way I can get the meat to both locations for now. Alright, so you can grab the train here. Edit your route. Add that in here. I don't care which side it goes onto. Oh, did I not set your directions? I probably didn't. I need to add a supply depot along here. And you'll need a maintenance depot if we're going to get anything done at all. Alright, let's get back. There we go. So we have St. Louis and Columbia. We want to get Franklin in here, put that first. It doesn't matter what rail we go in on that one. For St. Louis, it's rail 5 is going to be going that way. Then go to Columbia. It won't matter because that's the end. Then we'd add St. Louis a second time. And rail 6. That should allow it to ping pong back and forth and do all that. And that gives us access to this material. We're going to want the grain. We could also potentially hook up Rock Island up there. Then go over here. Alright. So we got decent earthwork costs. Let's go and bring those down. Rock Island, explain. Alright, so we got that. Probably save more money in the earthworks. That's fine. I'm not gonna fight it too much. Then we put the second one in there. All right, so we've got that hooked up. So just like before, I'm going to grab our one train here. So that won't matter. That's at Franklin stop, so we put that over here. I don't really care about that in the order, because either way they're just going to have to pick up and drop off. I'm going to need at least a second train on there, because those goods are going to get tied up. We can add Rock Island on here. Basically, for this beginning, I'm just trying to connect as much as we can to start with. There we go. Save $6,000 by doing that. Okay, so that puts Rock Island on there. We'll want to go to Indianapolis. We'll want to get the sugar here in a little bit. There's corn down there. I know I won't need apples anytime soon. Did you put that directional backwards? The direct backwards? We can check. Why are you being that way? There we go. All right. Oh, I don't want to do it like that. That's not gonna work. We need to go from this lane first. They're doing that way I can use the four-way exchange. That way I can switch them over to that rail as needed. All right, so I thought I had this one backwards. I do have this one backwards. Okay. There we go. So that'll get us that on the network as well. All right, so this has to be a separate train though. Let's say boom. Why can I not go to the next station? What? You are connected, right? I don't think you put these on here. And I'll have to check the directions, make sure that's all good. Okay. Just how to spell light hennis? Okay, just be careful. Make sure, you know, you're getting enough to eat. That's what's going on. Alright, so that all looks good. Now let's try doing that again. Okay. And I'll make the sugar and the apples available to the entire network. And then they'll come back to St. Louis. And then we don't really care at that point. Because it does, like, the order they do these doesn't matter. Alright. So with this, we'll start here. It doesn't matter what stop we're on. So at Edison, we want it on lane 1, going this way. Yeah, honestly, for St. Louis, we're just gonna leave it. Well, actually, we can make it. Lane 5. And then you go here. We don't care. Come back to St. Louis. Lane 6. We have just the grasshopper. We're going to do 2 of them. Let's see. According to this, your train cannot perform any actions at Edison Terminal. That is fine because I cannot perform any actions right now, but the moment these start growing, I'll be able to perform actions. We're going to let that run for a minute because now I need to get money in. Yeah, everyone goes through here, so that supply depot should work. And you have maintenance department as well. We're going to crank it up to 90. Which will mean basically every single train who comes there will get repaired. Alright. So I think the next move will be to set up another set of rails from Franklin Stop to go through for the dairy to Indianapolis. And we also want to set up a warehouse at that point. Actually, I should already have a warehouse in the network. Yeah, we're going to set up a warehouse here. No, we're not. I don't have that technology. I'll do no such thing. I'd say we'll set up a warehouse when we can here so I can get the apples and the sugar over to Rocky Island, and then like the wheat. Well, there's nothing over in there, so these are fine. Yeah, as soon as I get the cash in from these, we can go for Indianapolis. Oh, you're up on the mountain? I don't like that. Alright, so let's get Indianapolis in here now. Turn on our overlays real fast. Okay. Yeah, so we dip in here pretty bad, but that's just the way that's positioned. I think we're alright. You are an expensive rail. Okay. We can get rid of this view. And put the 4-way here. And a 2-way there. And then for the moment, we're just going to... Might not fail rails is increasing the track's length. So I'll have to wait for the next payout. Now straight has his ramen. Excellent. But yeah, so once we get a payout from the trains hitting... Well, that one's waiting for to be deployed. Once we get paid out for connecting those and those, I should have Plan Might to connect Indianapolis. After Indianapolis, we'll probably take a route off of there down. There's a mountainside here. It'll be easier to see this way. There's a mountains here that's going to make getting to that corn that it wants me to access for a bonus pretty rough. It may be instead that we take this down here, out and around here, to Nashville, then Memphis, grabbing these on the way by, and then over. If I can make it in that time, that's a pretty big if. Alright, so that's relatively inexpensive. Alright, so this will be a separate route we'll take through here. That's providing beer to the route. Unfortunately, that does mean the wheat's got to go around. We'll probably scoop that up later. Yeah, when we go to take this through Louisville, then we can grab that off of there. Honestly, we can probably take the Louisville route around. Just keep upgrading this. I shouldn't have any trains yet on this route at all. So new train, Indianapolis, Smith, Franklin, Louisville. We'll add Columbia. Louisville, Franklin, Smith. And then we're back to Indianapolis. We'll need at least 2 trains on that. Alright. We don't care what lane we're coming through here. Lane 2. I wish it wouldn't cover it up so I couldn't see. Yeah, so I'm going to have to make it lane 1, which is the overutilized one right now. I also wish when I moused over it would highlight. Lane 5. So this will be lane 4. Lane 6. It didn't go back to Indianapolis at the end? Yeah, no, it'll go back there on the end. I don't have to add the endpoint twice. And lane 1. Yep, and then it repeats back to Indianapolis. And like I said, these ones don't matter because of the endpoint. I would want different lanes anyways, each way. Smith Terminal, which is milk. That's fine. The more the game population, that will be needed. Oh, not again. Not my sweet roll. Why do I always take my sweet roll? All right. So we should get paid for that one. We should get paid for that one. And I'm going to go... We got stretch. We got to hydrate. We got posture check. I'm actually going to do for the stretches. While this is going real fast, I'm going to quickly get up for just a minute. I'm going to do a quick walk around because I need to grab a new drink anyway, so I'll be back here in just a minute. It also works out because it's also about the time we're about to hit an ad break anyways. So, you know, it's a good time for people to stretch, use the restroom, whatever you gotta do. So thank you so much for anyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing, doing the bit, the host, the donuts, and the raids. It helps, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm going to check to see if I already have a supply depot along this route, because I don't. Let me shove that there real fast. Okay. Now I'm going to take a break. But yeah, so thanks so much, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, and I'm back, and Tuma's following me.
My puppy told me that you were all super sweet.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. He appreciates it, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I was just telling her, like, everyone was being super generous and kind and all that earlier. And all that.
Hi, Calaria Star, and Foxmouse, and Zidian, and She-Wolf, and Luxray, and Burning Sun.
Okay, it's probably a mistake to try and put these in there. No, we were not. Don't lie. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're trying to keep your appearances. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I understand. You're all dead inside.
Yeah, we need to show a proper level of heavily internalized apathy.
You see the video of me on your stream?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever seen that, like, old Muppets thing where they're like aliens and they're going like whoa, 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 whoa?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
When you were like Muppets, I'm like, yep, I know exactly where she's going with this. That is the thing I haven't thought about in like those like the Muppets more recently than that.
But that alien skin, right?
That alien skin, I'm like, man, I haven't thought about that in like 15, 20 years.
Long time. I think that skit's older than us. That skit's old.
I'm pretty sure it is old.
I think it's from the 70s. I don't know. It's old.
All right, I know it's a.
We are old. That's true.
Yup. I'm trying to make this work, but it's definitely going to be a real janky railway.
Why?
Well, I could have made it so Foster's stop like would go to Louisville directly and then it'd move the goods around, but I don't want to have the extra one.
Cheese was terrified by them when he was little. Aww.
I mean, I could see that.
Yeah, I mean,
they are real bizarre.
Yeah, they were. They were all aliens, and they were all like, I totally get it.
I'm just wondering what the context was that came up relevant to the conversation. I can see it happening. Like it's like, why would that be there? It's just like, huh, I wonder what led to that. That became known knowledge. Oh, I can't afford to do it.
You give more money so you can afford to do it.
Yep, that's the reason I unpaused. Too funny, we were just talking about those a few weeks ago. It's just the way it works sometimes. That's the reasons why in software dev, when I'd like have people, it's like, oh, well, I want to make a whatever. You need to sign an NDA before we talk about it. It's like, look, man, it's a very obvious thought. There's no need for an NDA. There's probably a dozen other people working on that same idea independently who have no idea about each other.
What if it's like Facebook, but for professionals?
Like, I used to like in on top of like full-time software dev, people would ask me for advice or whatever. They'd have whatever ideas for projects. Oh my god, the number of times people were like, "Oh yeah, we would like to work with you and see like your ideas or whatever," and it's like Facebook, but for musicians, or it's like Facebook, but for artists, or it's like Facebook for people in sports. And I'm like, all right, I hear your ideas.
They were all
I
like,
hear
it's like
them.
Facebook, but
Imagine you as the user that you had to use Facebook, but a second Facebook for artists, and a third Facebook for musicians, and a fourth Facebook for sports, if you're into those 3 or 4 things. Or you use Facebook.
And if Star Strider is turning 25 next month, that means that like your whole life, the prequels and the sequel and the original trilogy have like just been there. Because the first prequel came out in 99.
Yep. But yeah, it reminded me. Oh yeah, I see. So like they made a noise that like similar to the. Yeah, I can see how that went. You mean? But yeah, it was just a whole thing with that where it was just like you had everything where people were like this but Facebook, that but Facebook. It's like, all right, here's a couple things for anyone who's trying to start up a business, like trying to do the entrepreneur thing. It's like a new platform, new website, whatever. If there is an existing competitor, what is the thing that you are going to do that is going to convince me to not use your competitor and leave to join? Because that's a challenge. When someone is already on a platform, you either have to have such an incredible offering that it convinces me to join your platform over the one I'm already on, which is a really hard thing to do, or the existing competitor has to piss off their users enough to make them willing to leave. Like that going to your offering isn't the important part.
Like
it's that
Twitch.
I'm teasing.
yeah, it feels that way sometimes. Or you have to they have to alienate you so badly. Yeah, see Twitch. Yeah, they have to alienate their audience so badly that as long as you're not terrible, that's good enough.
Oh, but Darth Strider, when you turn 25, all the car rental companies will rent to you now.
Gotcha. But yeah, so there's that whole thing. And then the second thing, and this is the less fun thing, is monetization needs to be something you have to be aware of what you're doing to begin with. Like, and that's not to say you have to go out nickel and dime people. It's like, are you going to be paid? Are you going to be advertising? Are you going to be, a freemium model? You should have that figured out going into that point. And here's a hint. Advertising as your base is probably a really bad place to start. Because you don't get any real money until you have a large user base, and as a brand new website, you know what you're not going to have? A large user base. And it was just always one of those things. And my other one is oh, we'll get investors involved. I'm like, how the hell do you think you're going to get investors to spend any money on you when you don't have anything to offer them?
Speaking of investors, this is just where my mind went. Did you see Elizabeth Holmes actually went into prison?
I didn't.
She's in prison!
Okay.
Sorry, but she hurt a lot of people, so
Right. I mean, she had it coming.
Yeah.
But it was just a random thing.
Well,
because, you know, like she was like, oh, the youngest female self-made billionaire or whatever, but like it was all because of investors. It wasn't because of like her company actually doing well. You know what I mean? That's what made me think of it. Who's that? So, yeah, she's the genetic study. So she went to Stanford and she dropped out to found this company called Theranos. And Theranos, supposedly, you could give them 1 drop of blood and they could test it and it would tell you like all sorts, supposedly it would tell you all sorts of things, like what diseases you had and whatever. The thing is, it was a scam. It didn't work. And she's in jail.
Yep.
Also, her business partner,
Understood, Lux.
her business partner, Sunny Balwani, is also in jail. So both of them are in jail.
Yeah.
Whoop,
So
whoop, 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 whoop.
the TLDR, she said, you give us her blood, we'll tell you a bunch of things, but it had no basis on any reality.
No.
It was a colossal scam.
It didn't work. The machines they were trying to make didn't work. They bought machines from, I forget, some other company, and they were using some other company's machines, but they weren't even using them right. So like the test results meant nothing. Yeah, they were lying to people basically. And like people who needed health information, you know, people that could like were getting tested for diseases, you know, and they were just like giving them wrong information.
Yeah, you still know it is, but still go to jail. Yeah, that was a scam. Like, it's one thing when they're like, if someone's doing scams, it's like, we can tell
investors. I actually think that's what they went to jail for, was because they
Right.
investors.
Right, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, like, it's one thing when, you know, it's the scam that's like,
That's true, Burning Sun.
yeah, she ripped off rich people. Yes.
Yes.
But it's one thing like when there's a scam that's like, we can tell your health by the stars. It's like no basis on anything, that's very obviously fake, but it's like, we're actually giving you credible medical information, but not really.
No, they had like sites in Walgreens. Like there was no reason for an average person to think that they weren't legit, you know?
Yep.
It's like when your doctor like sends your blood test off to get it tested, you don't know where that's going. You just kind of trust the results that they give you, right? Like it's too much to ask. I think it's too much to ask for like individuals to like be like, oh, but you gotta investigate that company. And
Oh,
see
yeah.
what they're doing.
No, that's one of the things when people like you're getting so it's like, did you know that they did that? It's like, no, I didn't know they did that. There's like 10 layers deep in the supply line.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be great to have all that knowledge, but let's be realistic. Every single product, I can't go and check out their 30 or 40. Yeah, it looks like I am losing money, which is bad. I'm surprised I'm losing money.
But anyway, it was just like this week so she was convicted like a long time ago, but they've been appealing and all this stuff, whatever. It was just this week that she actually went to jail.
All right, so you've got Indianapolis is the last stop in this one, so we're going to add Foster. This is not going to go well. So put Foster in front of Indianapolis and Louisville in front of Indianapolis. Then where do we even have this thing starting?
Like, to give you an idea of how long this has been, since the time her company was taken down to now, she has had time to have 2 children. So, I mean, it's been a
all
while.
right,
It's been a while coming.
Okay, so that should make it a full loop. All right, so Louisville's the one end. We don't care what that stop is.
So you're in Kentucky?
We're in the entire U.S. So I've got a route that goes to St. Louis, Indianapolis, Rock Island, Louisville, and Columbia.
Is Norris train station like Chuck Norris? Is Edison terminal like Thomas Alva Edison?
I have no idea.
Oh.
It's 1830.
Oh, well, then no.
So I'm pretty sure Chuck Norris isn't one of them.
Neither one of them, no.
Yeah, it's fine. All right. Oh, right. I'm just waiting. Why have you not finished?
Oh, I saw Des Moines. That's in Iowa. Right there.
So I should have. Do I not have a route that goes there? Is that my problem? That could be
Why do you have a problem?
There's a problem. So I'm not getting my payout for hooking that up because it's not actually hooked up. So you can go Rock Isle.
Eating does make you feel better.
All right, so now I need to go here, and I'll say, yeah,
I kiss you.
it happens.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going from Rock Isle to Lewis. So this one,
Why are some of your trains gold and some of them silver?
oh, these are saying that they're not hooked up. So I got these two tracks are hooked up. So I'm going from Rock Isle, which is up there, on this track, which is line 2. So I want that to be on line 2. You go down, you have Franklin stop, and all that should be fine. So you go from St. Louis to Frank. Oh, I had to click to Franklin, and then Franklin will be coming in on line 1. You're driving on the good trader. It's become a habit now. It just is what it is.
Why?
Because I just got into the pattern. Once I started the pattern, I cannot escape it. All right.
But we're from America. We drive on the right.
That's fine. Oh, wait. Actually, I have one stop I don't need on that route. So let's grab this route here.
And 2 right before I got my food, I was feeling lightheaded. That's no good.
Yeah, so for Franklin going
eating
this
food
way.
was a good decision there, Strider. Ooh.
So the reason I'm taking Franklin off going north is because they don't have meat, like a meat factory here. So taking the cattle to there is not going to do anything. So we don't want to waste our time with that. All right. So that should complete both those routes. So Columbia is on this route. And once we... Oh, no, that one's just saying it got bigger. Yeah, so I should get a cash payout of $385,000 once a train goes through Rock Isle. Assuming it happens in time, which is a maybe because there's only 23 days left. Hopefully it happens. All right. We're shipping a whole bunch of beer to Louisville. And some passengers.
I'm just here.
Yep, no, it's all good. Oh, we might get in time. Because there's still 21 days left. And I've got a train pulling up here. With a bunch of wheat.
Wheat?
Why do they have wheat when they're going back? Never mind, it's fine.
Have you ever had Marmite?
Marmite?
Yeah.
I think so.
I've never actually eaten it, but at work, someone left it like on the counter for like yearsies, you know? So I smelled it because I was like, I've heard of it, right? I was like, what is this stuff? I smelled it, and it's made from yeast, and so it like kind of smelled like bread or beer, or, you know, like yeasty stuff, right? But like it's a spread, and you put it on bread, and I'm like, you're just putting like bread flavored stuff on bread?
My bread isn't bready enough.
Yeah.
It needs a little bit more bread in it.
It was very bready. I was like, I didn't eat any.
Oh, yeah, we can do this. We're riding into Rock Isle. Rock Island.
Or it's cute. It's a cute little town. And I also called up Papa Strider and told him that I miss having him around, and I'm grateful for everything him and Mom had done for me and my older brother over the years. Oh, that's so sweet. Were you guys talking about Father's Day?
Nope.
Oh.
Come on, give me my money. Give me my money. Give me my money. Why am I not receiving money?
Oh
I have connected it.
no. Rock Island's mean.
I was supposed to get $385,000.
Yeah, Rock Island.
Maybe it has to go to the next train stop? Because if it doesn't happen like this next train stop, it's not going to happen in time, I don't think. So it's going to probably just skip past Lewis Station. It'll stop, but it doesn't have anything it needs to do there because it's full.
A beer.
I don't think we're going to get credit for it.
That's sad. Why'd you do this? Puppy, why'd you do this?
I didn't want it to happen. That's pretty lame. Because $385,000 would help a whole lot.
That'd be so many monies. You beer.
That's fine.
I actually agree. I don't like beer either. Well, he likes beer. Whenever he gets some, I'll drink a sip. And every once in a while I'll have one that I'm like, that wasn't bad. But generally I don't like it.
Yep, no payment for me. I don't know why. Maybe I had to complete the whole route? Lame.
Lame. Maybe you have to make it like a loop. Loop!
That's okay. At least I got enough money to set up my connection to St. Louis and not be garbage.
Yeah.
Alright, so Louis is connected. You hit an X. I first joined the completion bonus, I think.
Fluffy chinchilla. Chinchillas are cute.
Huh.
I need a beer. Aw. I don't have that. I do have Diet Coke.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, we only drink the finest here.
Alright, so I need to get another train on this route to continue to deal with that.
Actually, I'm gonna get a soda. I'm thirsty.
Enjoy! Decrease the price of new locomotives? Yay! Indian Transfer Act passed. Yup. Alright. So it seems like I do ultimately make profit, but it's like I get a bunch of money and then I go a long time where I'm losing money, then I get a bunch of money depending on where they are in the route.
I got a root beer. I'm balling.
Alright. Or I'm just losing money.
Oh, I'm past temptation. LOL, I drive into temptation, hip burst, mouth out. That's what I say about me and bad decisions, right? That if I'm like, there's a good decision and a bad decision, you know which decision I'm making.
There we go. There's the money.
What kind of root? Ginger? No, it's not that. I don't know. Caramel color root.
Caramel color?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Sodium benzoate.
So weirdly, Columbia's the one who's growing all this amount. Oh, Columbia has access to logs. That's what it is. I don't have any logs on my entire network, so I need to get this log set up.
There is something in it called Quillea extract. Maybe that's a root. I don't know. Everything else is definitely not.
Yeah, so right now it's just... I do have a bunch of stations that are making me really good money.
I know, I'm pretty sure I've told you this before, but everyone, if you want to say Coke in sign language, in American Sign Language, in ASL, this is how, wait, there we go, I'm on screen. Okay, this is how you do it. You put like a needle in your arm and you inject it. That's Coke.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that's referring to Coke as the soda, and the other.
I don't know about the drug, but the
Yay,
soda.
stock trading is allowed. That doesn't surprise me. And your next thing, hi.
Hi.
Okay. So we're starting to make better money now that the trains are starting to go around. I think the problem is just, I mean, we're talking the infancy of trains. So our trains are an amazing 12 miles an hour.
Ooh. Man,
Ooh.
how are you surviving those speeds?
We got one going 14. Is it going downhill? I think it's going downhill with the backwind.
There's this movie, I think it's called 1BC or something like that. It's with Jack Black and Michael Cera. And like they get on a horse-drawn wagon for the first time, and it's going like 1 mile per hour, maybe. I don't know. It's the fastest they've ever gone. So they like both get motion sick and they fall off of it and they're like puking and they're like, oh, it's so fast. That made me laugh.
All right, so we put lumber on this main route here. That'll supply lumber to 4 of our 5 cities. And that'll help them grow and need more of our products and give us money.
Money.
Yeah, so it's looking like the beer is actually going really well, but the the meat sales are not. Broken train the track, yeah. I do have a repair department, but it's like the game isn't one of those ones where it's like you hit 50% and your train like just breaks or you get a certain odd. Like even at near peak repair, there's some chance of them breaking down, so it's just mitigating. Which you still want to keep them repaired. It's just there's going to be some breakdowns no matter what you do.
Speaking of beer that was delivered on trains, do you know where the name Budweiser comes from?
I do not.
In Europe, somewhere. There's a town named Budweis, and the beer is based off of a recipe from Budweis. And much like, you would say, like, I'm a New Yorker, New York, it's Budweiser. It's the thing from Budweis, but then they, like, Americanized it, right? And they made it Budweiser.
Interesting.
I know! I learned that the other day. I was like, that's cool!
Yeah, I've talked a couple of times about like because it starts like the infancy of railways and they get to like around the time they're doing the transatlantic railroad and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And how that while it wasn't like the only factor, like one of the primary factors that was like more like the catalyst that kicked off the Great Depression
Mm-hmm.
was there was a railway that went east to west
Okay.
and one that went north to south.
Sure.
And the one I believe it was the one that was going north to south was like, hey, east to west railroad, we should team up because like then I can get all your goods, put you on that rail, and get you to the west coast. And you were like, we can make buku bucks.
Yeah, efficiency.
But I believe it was the east to west one was like, no, you're a competitor. I won't work with you.
And that didn't go well.
Right. And so eventually what happens is the guy who went east and west went to go on vacation and like going on safari and all that for like vacation.
Yeah.
You would leave for months.
Oh, yeah.
And so he left and, they sent a letter and say like, your competitor's buying a bunch of your stock. Like he's buying your stock.
Oh.
And he thought it was a hostile takeover that they're literally going to buy the stock out and like buy the company out for 100. So he's like, it doesn't matter the price, buy them back.
Oh.
And so it caused a run on the stock market that caused the stock market crash. I mean, it wasn't the only thing, but it was like they were the ones that kept like ramping up that just made the stock market go like this, and then it crashed. Which then all of the other many issues that went into the Great Depression.
Right.
It was the thing that just set it off and then just chain reaction.
Man, rich people making poor people's lives worse.
Yeah,
Am I right?
it's like the many laws that are around the stock market. Yeah, a whole bunch of them came out of that event. Same thing with like monopoly situations. Like a whole bunch of our laws about monopolies in the country came out of that specific event.
When you said same with monopolies, I was like, the game?
Why is the train red? I believe it's saying that like its route is inefficient or whatever. Like they're not filling up.
Well, this is more fun than that. But Budweiser was one of the first companies to make refrigerated train cars, which allowed for distribution at a larger distance. Back in the 1800s, like before that, beer was like kind of, you could argue everything was a craft brew. Everything was kind of locally made and distributed, right? But Budweiser, figured out how to pasteurize, well, Anheuser-Busch figured out how to pasteurize the beer and then also ship it. So then they were able to go national.
Yeah. Now red means I'm not making much money because I have a train that's not full riding around. I believe that's what it means. That's the things I've been unclear. If it's
There are railroads in Monopoly. True that.
yeah. I wonder that's what made Bud so famous? Probably. There's a lot of the companies that you look early on, like even McDonald's and that, they're like, what led to them being so famous and so big? And it was usually an innovation of some kind.
Yeah, it was partially that. Like, a lot of it was that it was one of the first beer companies that was able to not just be a local thing. You know, it went national. And also, you gotta give it to them. They really were geniuses of advertising. They put that Budweiser logo on everything. Think about when you go into a bar. I mean, I don't know if it's so much true nowadays, but I remember when I was a kid. Well, not that I was going into tons of bars as a kid, but whatever. Like, you would go in there and there'd be like a Budweiser like neon sign on the wall, and like the thing that you set your drink on would say Budweiser on it, and there were koozies and whatever. It was like all over the place, and you were like, right, Budweiser.
And warehouse technology. Yeah.
Wanted the fast prep of a burger that made McD famous. Yes.
Yep.
They did invent what they call it? It was like the speedy something. They didn't call it fast food in the beginning. It was speedy something system. It's really funny. And then other people were like, fast food, and they were like, yeah, fast food.
Fast food. That's a much better way of describing it.
Stock market had a heart attack. Should we intervene? I did see that Darth Strider. Quick Quizzy. That's a good name. Let's see. If the stock market had a heart attack, should we intervene? I don't have enough money to intervene.
Yeah. I don't know. There's people who swear that like the stock, like don't get me wrong, back in the day, the stock market was very important. It was just the way you would effectively have doing like loans and that kind of stuff, letting people show interest in it to build up your bet, all that stuff. It also was designed intentionally to to help prevent any one individual from being able to do anything, but it didn't help because once people got enough money, the security it offered was just superseded by the sheer amount of money someone could throw at it.
Are Crystal Burgers those tiny burgers that we
Yeah.
had?
Crystal Burgers are little ones.
Those were good. Yeah, I liked those.
Yep. Oh, Crystal Burger and White Castle, I believe, are separate companies.
I thought so.
Yeah, White Castle's famous for they would make all of like
They
all
have
of
little
their
burgers too.
yeah they have little burgers as well, but they make like all of their they'd show like make their kitchen visible. They would have their counters would be in white. They would have them like wear like really
White.
white clothes.
Not nowadays. Nowadays, I think their outfits are actually blue, but back in the day, they were white.
Yeah, but they did that because people felt that the restaurants would be like so unsanitary. But by having like all this white, you could see that they were clean and all that.
Yeah. White Castle, I'm pretty sure, is actually like the first, what we would consider a fast food burger joint, but it didn't like, McDonald's is the one that made it famous, right? I mean,
yeah. But and then Crystal's just they're just famous for sliders.
yeah.
Those
were good.
I don't know if they became famous because like they were the ones who did sliders, or they just happened to be a very successful slider company. I don't know their history at all.
I think I only had them that one time. They were good though. Fat Boys Burger. Is Fat Boys is that a fast food chain? Or is
Yeah, I believe so.
that more like Five Guys? I don't know. There's like this.
Well, I mean, Five Guys also fast
There's
food.
like this border between where is it like fast food or is it I don't know.
Yeah, fast food, or like was it fast casual or whatever they call it?
It was okay. I don't think I've ever had a Fat Boys Burger.
Yeah, I think they went under.
It was a long time ago. Oh, yeah, I don't know this one. Yeah, if it's a burger, I'd probably like it. Never heard of Fat Boys. Me neither.
Yeah, I believe they're a fast food chain, but I believe they went out of business. I don't know much about like what happened to them, what they were I mean, other than I believe they did like burgers or whatever. But I don't know the history of like what led to them going out of business. That
There was a Fat Boys here, and then poof, they were gone. That's sad. So many restaurants near us have gone out of business, and like not just because of COVID, that happened too, but like just in general, upsetting.
yeah, now I'd have to look it up.
is like In and Out as orgasmic as all the California. No, it's not.
No, it's a fast food thing. Like there's certain
I'm from
brands.
California.
There's certain brands that people like go absolutely ballistic or like, In and Out. You hear people like talk up. I'm like, it's it's a perfectly decent burger place, but it's
Yeah.
not like, oh, it's amazing. It's like, yeah, it's a decent burger place.
The one thing I will give In and Out Burger is that they get actual potatoes into the store and cut them up and fry them there. It's actual fresh made French fries. So like I do give them that. That's cool. But as far as the burgers go, honestly, like it's not. Californians go nuts, like they're the best burgers ever. And I don't know. I'm from California. I'm not dissing California, but I'm just like they're okay. It's a burger. It's fine.
If you have that, you have people who go absolutely ballistic over Wawa, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, it's like Wawa's cool.
I will, okay, in all fairness, I will also give them that, like, if you look at their menu, it literally says, like, burger, cheeseburger, fries, shakes, and drinks. And that's, like, the whole menu. But their whole thing is that they have a secret menu that you can customize all that. So you can basically have your food any way you want. And that's another reason why they're so popular, is that they're really good at customizing your food. Versus a lot of places, you'll be like, no mayo. And they're like, okay. And then they give you, like, mayo anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, In-N-Out Burger is really good at customizing your food. I will give them that.
Let's see, there was a Fat Boys Poof gone. Here in our town, shut down so many times. I would never go there. I went there and broad daylight, and there's a roach walking by the table. I canceled our order and left. Never been so grossed out in my life.
Ew.
Yeah.
One time, I was in, I think it was a Long John Silver. This is back before I hated seafood. And I was sitting there. This is also back in the day when there were smoking and non-smoking sections. Aging myself a bit, I suppose. But I was like in the non-smoking section, and the table right next to us was the smoking section, and there was like this barrier thing between us. And there was this grasshopper. Literally, it was like ping-ponging back and forth between our two tables over this barrier. Pong, pong, pong. And then eventually it ponged right into my soup. Maybe it wasn't Long John Silver. It was a seafood place, and it ponged right into my bowl of clam chowder. Very upsetting. I was a little kid. I still remember that.
Mm-hmm. And you were devastated?
I was. I liked clam chowder at the time. They gave me another one. I mean, the restaurant was really nice about it, but it's really upsetting. I was pretty grossed out. We had a restaurant chain in my hometown in Colorado. It was called Red Top. And it had these large burgers, massive onion rings, among other good quality food. That sounds good. Grasshoppers are full of protein. True, but like, I still don't want to eat it.
But yeah, now what I was going to say is there's like a bunch of chains that are famous. Like they have In-N-Out Burger people rant and rave about. Wawa is one that people rant and rave about. What was the one that was up by the border towards Georgia, where it's like the gas station had 1 billion gas pumps in a restaurant? Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is another one that people go absolutely ballistic about, and you're like, all of them, you're like, it's okay. Like, it's not bad.
Buc-ee's was okay. It was not worth the wait. Oh my gosh, it's so popular. So it was so crowded, and then we got our food, and we were like, this is okay. Not worth dealing with all those people.
As far as I'm concerned, the best hamburger is a local place called Blue Door Pub. They only have like 3 or 4 locations in Twin Cities downtown area. Yeah, that's for me when it's come to burgers. I've always been happiest like find like the local like Irish pub or whatever. Usually has way better burgers than any fast food place.
Oh yeah, I mean fast food, it's not supposed to be good. It's fast.
But like even like when you go to like a TGI Fridays or whatever, those kind of ones, and it's like, okay, that's a better burger than like your typical McDonald's or whatever.
That's
you still
one of the
like
restaurants that closed near us.
Yeah. But you go to like the typical bar place that, has like they do burgers as well, and they usually give you much better burgers in my experience.
And the Ruby Tuesday's closed. Where are we supposed to get our fast casual Americana dining? People love Sunny's here. Are you in Florida? Because yes, they do.
Yeah, people here in Florida go ballistic over it. I mean, Sunny's is good.
I sent you a pic of the tomahawk steak I made last night. Well, that sounds delicious.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm assuming it's probably in like the Discord or whatever. Oh, there it is.
Homemade hand pressed by yourself. Oh, but then do you like a smash burger or do you like a Juicy Lucy? I mean, oh man, there's so many possibilities when it comes to burgers.
Yeah, I haven't seen Woody's that I can think of.
No, I don't know what that. Or yeah, I haven't seen that.
You know, in Central Florida, one of the big brands, like another one of the ones that people like rant and rave over is around here. It's Four Rivers.
Four Rivers is delicious. That
They're
one's yeah.
like they're good. Like I really like them. But is it something that you rant and rave about all over? I'm
No.
like, no, it's
No.
good barbecue, but it's not like I'm gonna drive across the state line to go get it or something.
Oh no, I would no. There just happens to be one nearby, so we.
Yeah, it's not the kind of place that someone's visiting your town like, no, you don't understand. We're going because you need to experience. It's like it's good barbecue. Like some of the touristy places, like, nah, it's a really good touristy place. Like, yeah, it's a touristy thing, but yeah. Well, I wouldn't call Four Rivers fast food.
Yeah.
Maybe fast casual.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't call it fast food either. It's but yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Yeah.
fast casual.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of the same. Like, I'm never gonna rant and rave over fast food. Like, don't get me wrong, there's some fast food I like, but generally it's like, yeah, it's fast food. It's whatever.
I don't know. I rant and rave over all food, really.
It's food.
It's
I'm
food.
ranting and raving.
Yeah, I'm like, it's great.
How am I doing compared to my competitors? Because I feel like my progress.
you?
This is the character I'm playing. Oh, I am getting absolutely beaten by. So, all right. So I'm beating one of my competitors, and two of them are absolutely slaughtering me.
Are those NPCs?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I feel like I'm just really not making any money. Like I think it's just I genuinely need more trains moving stuff.
Yeah, more chains.
But I'm trying to get this lumber on because lumber is such an important
More chains.
resource.
Mm.
But it's like basically it sits here the whole time, and they manage to drop off beer at Columbia, and I get one big payout, and then the meat isn't really doing hardly anything for me.
Silly meat.
Well, it's because I got two places that have meat right next to each other as their main product, so it's not like they're, selling meat to each other.
Yeah, Columbia and St. Louis, get with it.
Yeah, diversify your offerings.
Yeah. Don't you know about supply chains?
Look, you got everything here. You could have made liquor.
Thank you, Chillin_Spree for gifting a sub to Freckled
Look, you got
Husky.
gifted a bunch of tier 1 subs.
I'm gonna let play the audio, and then I'm gonna thank him again.
Mhm.
Waiting for it. Any moment now. There you go.
Thank you, Chillin_Spree for gifting a sub to Darth Strider 1998.
Thank you, Challenge Free, for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to channel. So, Freckled Husky and Darth Strider, you got yourself some nice T1 subs. Means advertising for viewing as well as access to the emotes. So, thank you so much, Challenge Free, for all the support. I really do appreciate it.
That's
it does mean a lot.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. If you don't have to watch the ads, then during the ad breaks, you can play the little marble game.
Well, when I do the marble game.
When you do the marble game.
I haven't done the marble game very much lately.
Oh.
I sent it to Darth Strider earlier. It just went through.
That's funny.
They had exotic dishes like venison, rabbit, and all that. Oh yeah. So there was what was the burger place that did like all sorts of weird like buffalo and venison burgers and bison burgers and all that.
Fuddruckers?
Yeah, Fuddruckers. Yeah, there used to be a Fuddruckers in the area, and they didn't have rabbit, but they had all sorts of like weird stuff and all that.
It closed too.
Yeah, it went away, as well as Tom and Chi.
Yeah, Tom and Chi.
I liked Tom and Chi.
Yeah.
For those who don't know Tom and Chi, it's grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, but they would do all sorts of like interesting and fancy grilled cheese sandwich, like they have like Gouda cheese and all that, not just plain old American cheese or whatever.
Speaking of rabbit, the fancy French restaurant in Orlando, Coq au Vin, also closed recently.
Yeah, it had been around for like what 80 years or something.
It was since the 70s.
Yeah, it'd been around forever.
A long time.
It was a weird one. We went one time, but it's like you go there and it's like it literally looks like someone's house that they shoved a restaurant into it.
Yeah, well, it did.
But and like it was good and all that. But it was another one that I felt like while it was a good restaurant where you hear people rant and rave about that one too, it's like, nah, it's good.
Well, that one was.
I mean, part of the thing was like they'd have like senators would go through there and
Yeah, it was like locally.
right. It was like kind of a hole in the wall that like a bunch of important people would go through kind of thing.
Yeah. back in the hometown that I grew up in, like trying not to dox myself, but there was one of those kind of restaurants there too that had like pictures of presidents and stuff on the wall. And I want to say it was George Bush Sr., I think, ate there one time. Anyway, and they had like the table he ate at, and it had like a little placard there, and it was like, "This is where George Bush stayed."
Yep. Buckhead Brewery is so-so.
Regular
so cool
American
looking.
cheese is shit. Don't you? No,
He's
you're
like,
right.
yeah,
I'm not gonna
taxidermy
judge
and
you
all that.
then.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I'm the same way with American cheese. I'm like, well, I mean, half the time when you're talking American cheese, it's like, it won't even be that. It'll be like, this is American cheese product. And you're like, what do you mean by American cheese
Good old
product?
craft singles.
It's like, why don't you just say it's cheese? Well, it's cheese product.
Well,
What-
that was why when I was a kid.
Why are you adding words?
When I was a kid, I thought I didn't like cheeseburgers, but that's just because everyone put that fake cheese on them. If it's real cheese, I like a cheeseburger. But like that fake cheese, I don't want that.
Yeah, or it melts and it looks plastic.
Yeah. Like a bar where you drink out of taxidermy animals. Oh my gosh, that'd be awful.
All right, so
Yes,
this
I like real cheese on stuff. None of those gross plasticky squares. I agree. Those aren't cheese. Like orange plastic square. Yeah, that's a good description of it.
Yeah, where you melt, it's like, did it melt?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very melted to me.
It's
It
like-
feels kind of...
It's like it's drooping, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't melt so much as it became pliable.
Yeah, it became more droopy. That being said, growing up, I did love that squeezy cheese stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but that was because of the fun. You do get, like, the cracker, and you just, like,
Yeah.
shove it on there, you put, like, second cracker, just, like,
Oh,
mush it out.
Oh yeah, I can taste it.
Wholly not redeeming. Like, is another one that's labeled cheese product.
Yeah, that was cheese product. It was it was not cheese.
But, yeah. I remember that'd be always one of the things that's like, you know, I'd ask my mom for whatever, and she'd be like, no, it's like, because it was like outrageously expensive for just cheese.
The squeezy cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My mom would get it for me. It wasn't like the name brand stuff.
Yeah, mine would as well, but it was like, it would either be for something special, it's like kind of a one-off thing. It would not be a regular thing.
Once I visited a place that let me choose the cheese I wanted on the burger. I like cheese on burgers, lol. Yeah, like I think it was the first time I had like an actual restaurant, like a Swiss. It was like probably a mushroom on Swiss burger or something like that. And I was like, wait a second, I do like cheese on burgers. I just don't like that fake like fast food cheese.
So you're not happy about Smith Terminal.
I
Why
love
are
going
you
to the
whining?
melting pot, but they are super expensive and so fattening. We went to the melting pot for the first time in October. Maybe it was November. Last year.
Yeah,
And it was super yummy.
that's related to the anniversary, right?
Yeah, we went for our anniversary.
Yeah.
And it was super yummy. And the server was like, "Why are you here?" And we were like, "We've been married 10 years." And he was like, "Oh, I hope to get there one day." And I was like, "No, you don't. Once you're there, you're old and decrepit."
Yeah, you can't get there without doing the getting old thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to, trust me.
Yeah. I was like, it's not so great. Wow, 10 years. Ah, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we're actually getting pretty close to 11 now.
In October.
Still,
Yeah.
I can get a slightly less terrible train. Woo!
We have a place called Burger Smith here, kind of like a sit down, build your own burger place. It's so good. That sounds good. That sounds very good. Same with sandwiches. Provolone on sandwiches is so much better. Ah, he would agree with you. He loves provolone on his sandwiches.
Provolone is pretty fantastic. Been married for? Nice.
Yeah, noise. Well, in 6 years, you'll also be old. No, Jesus. Last time we went to Orlando for Halloween Horror Nights, we went to the melting pot there. Noise. Yep. That is near Universal Studios, Orlando. Universal Studios Florida. Sorry, Universal Studios Florida. Ish. Yeah, it's close. Might not fail rails import. Is that the name of your rail?
That's the name of my company. Might not fail rails. And we imported the John Bull train. There's a picture of it.
And it looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
No barbecue without beef.
Might Not Fail Rails has the fastest train, reaching 18 miles per hour.
Wow.
And they have a blurred out picture.
You can't even see it. It's so fast.
I appreciate the blurred out picture. Well, I can't afford that, so you can just have that auction.
Meat. I like meat.
All right.
You get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Columbia's like, I'm gonna go ahead and open. Oh, we apparently
21?
Apparently we're setting new records. We're up to 21 miles an hour.
That's so fast.
But I'm gonna say, Columbia's like, oh, we need to open more businesses. Our town's getting bigger. We're gonna open a place to make clothing. We don't have access to fabric, but you know, that's fine. That'll work, right?
I mean, that's a pretty fashionable dress there, so yeah.
Yep. But if we look at that factory, wait, you're producing something? How are you
Did
producing
produce
something? Where are you getting fabric from? Oh, Kansas
Just build
City.
a railroad up a hill and drive the train down it.
I mean, I think that's part of what did actually happen here.
Is that how they got the train in Back to the Future 3 to go fast enough?
There was something else they did. They made
had some like special logs, some fuel. that
I think
put
they
in the
basically
train.
made the equivalent of a solid rocket booster.
They had like explosives. Yeah.
They basically took explosives and made what was effectively a solid rocket booster out of it.
Lied 2 trains and blame the guy who hired you. That works. I feel like that was something that maybe it wasn't Back to the Future. What other thing do you have to go fast to make something happen though? I feel like that was on a thing though that they set it up going downhill. I can't think. I've seen too many movies.
I don't remember. So that should give us express rails for the time being.
Speaking of which, I recently watched the live-action remake of Dumbo. It was better than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. It wasn't bad. I was watching it and I was like, this is fun.
It's like, I'm not direly upset by watching this.
There's this part where it's like the pink elephants on parade part, and Dumbo's like, he's CGI, right? But he's watching it and he's going like he's bouncing his head to it. And I'm just like, so cute.
I'd really like to hook up Kansas City and get that 100,000, but I don't have enough money, and it's very upsetting.
What's the difference between a teacher and a train? The teacher tells you to spit out the gum, while the train says, choo choo. I like it.
All right, so St. Louis has gone up in population. Rock Island is going up in population. Columbia is going up in population.
So you know the phrase.
Oh.
You know the phrase "balls to the wall."
Yes.
Apparently, that's a train reference. So like, do you know on a train that like thing that spins that has like balls on it, like you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So that's like those balls are like this. When it goes fast, it goes like this. And so when you're going fast, like the centrifugal force, right? Like it pushes the balls out, and the balls are to the walls. So like that's what they're talking about.
Interesting.
That's what I read.
I would have guessed something far less appropriate.
I always thought it was dirty, but apparently it's not. Well, I mean, it's whatever you want it to be. But
I feel like the interpretation has probably changed over the years. But
that's apparently where it came from originally. Or at least that's the common consensus. It's one of those things that it's like old and it's hard to know exactly where it came from, but that's like, you know?
Yep. Okay. They're gonna try and make a railway here to Kansas City.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The spinny thing with the balls?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, it's on the top of the train that spins. I still don't even know what that thing's for.
No.
Like, I've seen it many times, but I don't actually know what the...
Rice stop, but the only thing there is lumber. Do that. Why is it called Rice Stop, puppy? The real place.
I don't know. Maybe the person who owns it is last named Rice.
I mean, Kansas and Des Moines are real places. Are they not all real places?
I mean, the cities are, but I add the stops in myself.
Oh, gotcha.
But I don't get to choose, like, the name. There is one of you and your machines and actually not included. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, because, like, the research thing, they do the spinning thing. I thought the spinning thing... I actually don't know what that's supposed to represent.
In oxygen not included?
Yeah, because it's on, like... You'll research a volcano, you like put this little like radar thing on it, and then it's like the little spinning thing on top of it. You're not gonna be done in time, are you? Nope. Missing out on that payday again. All those cities are gaining population finally. Alright, that's not happening, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete that.
Maybe something to do with heat, I don't know. Maybe. Really need to put my reading glasses on, but I don't want to. LOL. Yeah.
Alright. So I have all the trains going through here.
Being responsible is for suckers. Don't do it, She-Wolf. I'm not responsible.
Alright, so this route shows this train being full, so I'm just gonna assume that means it needs more trains.
One time, I was responsible. It was awful. I didn't like it.
I was responsible. I immediately regretted it.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, don't want that.
It was not worth.
No.
Was not worth,
No.
let me tell you.
No.
Instant regret on that one.
Do that.
They're broken down there with a bunch of logs.
Your poor rice stop.
Like right now, I think my problem is not enough trains, so I'm just shoving more trains on the track.
More of those 21-mile-per-hour trains.
Yeah, pretty soon St. Louis is gonna I'm gonna need more than a 2-lane network, because that's what we got right now. So when something breaks down, the whole thing jams up.
It's like that bridge down to the Keys.
Oh man, the bridge down to the Keys is awful. It's just, I know they did a massive, like, rework of it a while back, so I don't know what it's like now. But I definitely remember it's like 3 miles long or something like that. And then it's just 2 lanes, one each way. And so if something happens, like a car gets turned over, it's a whole big thing. Right stop, Google review. 0 out of 10. Came here expecting onigiri, but they only had logs. I would not recommend.
That's a good review.
They had nothing edible, and one of the workers yelled at me. Oh, right. I'm at the point I can go ahead and build a warehouse, so I don't have to have, like, the whole thing go the whole circuit. Because that means I can get this grain here, and Indianapolis and Louisville can get grain on their menu. And this these carrots can be made available to Rock Island.
The only spinning thing I can think of is an anemometer for telling wind speed. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, though. Not on the train. I don't know if that's
well,
what
the train wind speed would work for if you're driving forward to be a way to tell how fast you're moving, because you're moving.
Don't you have a speedometer?
It's 1831.
But, like, that thing's on the outside of the train, and you're inside the train. You can't see that. Maybe there's a window. I don't know. I'm not a train expert.
I was gonna say, I don't know. You think I know this about trains? You got little people walking around? Yep.
Oh, there are a bunch of people. Look at that.
They're living their best 1830s lives, especially the horse that remains rigid with one leg up. That one right there.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Ah!
There's been a collision.
Oh gosh.
Well, luckily the meat industry's right there.
Oh, horses, they're ready for you.
I guess it just took so long. I got a supply tower for you. I'll probably just need to put a supply tower farther over there. They're just sleeping. I'm trying to save up, because if I put a warehouse here, I could take these goods that are not available on all the different routes.
Oh, I didn't see that Darth Strider. And Tune the other day, I deleted around 3,000 mods for just Skyrim and 1,300 additional mods for FO4.
Fallout 4. Thank you for the follow.
Mods.
Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's a lot of mods.
Oh, many. Google says NMO meters are used to detect wind speed for operation control of trains. Well, maybe that's what it is. Oh, man, we're learning so much. Teamwork. Does it look like a thing with balls on sticks, kind of? Because if so, that's what it is. Well, like, I guess they're not... Yeah, they look like balls, but they're like little scoop things. That would make sense, actually. The scoop would catch the wind.
Yeah, scoop catch a wind, and maybe what's like the whole way up is trying to tell you, it's like, hey, you're like at speed.
Yeah,
like
that would make sense.
Like you shouldn't be on the throwing more coal in there right now. You should let this simmer down a little bit.
Good on you, Cody Husky.
All right. So we got bottleneck here. Any of these that have like ridiculously high utilization? No. Well, I mean, actually, 50, 53, and 40% utilization's pretty high.
Ice cream scoop looking things. Yes! Yes. Where's my phone? I want to Google it.
Yeah, so the big thing I need to do is I'm going to need to add more rails. Man, I'm used to it being later in the years and watching the trains just zip around. I'm like, yep, that's what happens with your trains. Don't move real fast. They don't move real fast. How am I doing compared to my competitors? I'm getting a little concerned that they're taking off ahead of me. Good. I am the second worst competitor right now. Lovely.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's where the phrase balls to the walls comes from.
Yeah, that's... Yep.
Oh, modern ones look fancy.
It's almost like we turned up the difficulty and the game got harder.
Why? Why would it do that?
Because the first time I absolutely destroyed the competitors in the first couple years of the game, like, okay, they need to be a little bit harder than this. Wait, you're just gonna, like, let me... Okay. I wasn't expecting to be like, look, I know you ran out of time, but, we would like you to try again.
Oh my. Don't Google image search balls to the walls.
No. Why would you think that's an okay idea?
Oh wait, no, here's the thing. Oh wait, no, here, visit. Because I want to see, maybe it's not the anime.
You'll probably want to say, like, where does the saying...
No, yeah, well, I wanted to see the picture. It comes from the centrifugal governor. That's the name of it.
The centrifugal governor.
Yeah, look, here's what it looks like, and those balls go to the walls.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you use that for, but...
It says a horizontal shaft is the engine drive's shaft. This shaft.
Oh, so it's a way of showing rotation to a person.
Yeah, it shows you the rotation of the shaft.
Okay, so it's got a drive shaft, so you have, like, here's this gear, here's that gear, and there's these two balls and a pivot, so that when it spins, they'll, you know, centrifugal force will pull them more or farther out, depending on how fast it's spinning.
It's called the centrifugal governor.
Probably a way of visualizing how fast you're doing, because, like, if you get something way too many RPMs, you can damage it. So if it's going way back in time, I imagine that RPM is going to, you know, be not nearly as much of a tolerance. You cannot have this conversation with Cheese. I can see it going horribly. So what you're saying is, the next time Cheese is live, you're 100% bringing this up.
It's saying, hey man, you're going balls to the wall, you need to slow down. Yep, basically.
Yep. You absolutely.
Does cheese have a dirty mind?
There's plenty of memes on Cheese's channel.
I
What?
like dirty stuff. Don't send me anything. I take it back. I don't want anything. No, this is the internet. I take it back. I don't want it.
I would say you're braver than I am, and they don't
No,
have
I
your
don't want it.
information, and I sure as heck don't want to be in the middle of this.
No.
So
the internet is scary.
I was gonna say the internet is a scary place.
I'm so innocent.
Oh, I can add 2 more rails there. So I need to get more throughput here. I need to get the warehouse. What I need... I don't know what you're saying for offering, but I'm not interested. Pineapples, I'm out.
Pineapples.
There's a pineapple pizza emoji.
That's your
Oh,
only
yeah.
pizza emoji.
I forgot Twitch has one of their own because it's like a topic that comes up in so many places.
It's sad because if you want to put pizza, that's the only one there. Or that I have access to. I'm sure other channels have.
I'd really like you to unload your trains, please. What are you? You're being serviced. Ah, I see. Very slowly. Love the chill music? Yep.
That's good. Chillin' spree. Loves the chill music. See? Works out. So chill.
Doing the lo-fi. They're trying to save money on service departments by having just the one at the main stop, and it is working on saving us the money of having a bunch of them, but it also does not make it a particularly efficient train stop. Which is even worse considering... Oh, I mean, that one's heading in. I'll probably need to put another service location way out here. Man, Columbia is just growing, which is great. But at the same time, I'm just not making the money. Alright, Noblo, you have yourself a good lurk. Yeah, it's definitely growing is much slower on the harder difficulty.
When I see Plo, I think of Plo Koon. Died.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Why would you bring up the sad
I
information?
don't know. He was one of my favorites. The first couple seasons of Star Wars,
Clone Wars?
yeah, of Clone Wars, he was actually probably was my favorite character the first couple seasons. Then it became Ahsoka, but like at the beginning she was whatever. She was kind of, to be honest with you. Now she's like my favorite character, but amazing how they did that. At first I was like, ugh, I hate her, and now I'm like, I love her.
Yeah, if I can get a warehouse here, I might split this half of the network up from that half of the network and keep them from going the whole way across the network. Just because they're like grabbing sugar and then shipping it all the way across the network to the other side, and it's just absolutely killing this. Because just don't have money to continue to expand. And I actually don't think more trains is the answer right now because they are bottlenecking right here around St. Louis.
No more trains.
Well, I need more tracks, not.
My favorite was Ahsoka. The growth of her character was done spot on. Exactly. Truth.
Yep.
Truth, Darth Strider. Can you make like a central hub and have like a circle with branch offs?
Um,
Like a hub.
probably if I had more money.
I liked it in Tales from the Jedi when she was like a little baby and she booped the snoot of that animal. Do you remember when she booped the snoot?
Sometimes snoots just need booping.
I know. Yes. That was Tales from the Jedi, right? That was the name of that show? I think it was. Maybe not. Whatever. Wasn't it?
I don't remember.
I need to finish Clone Wars. Oh my gosh, yes you do. Oh. Oh. So emotional. Oh gosh, I was like crying. Legit, I was like crying at the end. Oh, it's a cartoon. Whatever, it was sad.
I keep starting to build this thing and be like, I don't have the money. And then I do it again.
Learning from your mistakes is late. Or not mistakes. Learning from the past. The past is dead. Kill it. So saith Kylo Ren. Then my favorite clone was Captain Rex, the commanding officer of Torrent Company. That's fair. I mean, Rex got the most characterization of any of the clones, so and he is the one to like, you know what I mean? I don't know, like now the Bad Batch has, well, it depends on if you're counting the original show or this one. Clone Force 99 got a lot of, but they all died.
Things went fine for the clones. What could have possibly go bad? Is there an incline percentage they try to avoid? So it actually does have an amount that's like, hey, you physically aren't allowed to build this over this incline.
BioWare announced they are dropping
Star Wars The Old Republic. So they're just shutting down the servers? Because that was those ones, like, if they made that a single-player game, I'd actually really enjoy that. I mean, actually, I enjoyed the MMO, but it's those things I didn't want to pay, like, a subscription and all that for it, versus I would play through all the different characters' stories and all that if it's a single-player game.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I liked it when we played it, but yeah, it's like, ugh, I gotta pay for this every month.
Yeah, and I don't like the way the monthly subscription kind of makes you feel obligated to keep playing something.
Yeah, it's like I'm paying for this subscription. It's like I gotta play it.
Yeah. So, I think
it's free now. It wasn't when it came out.
No. And when you say it's free, it's free for certain, like, it's free with limitations. Like, I think there might be like a level cap or something. I can't remember what. There was some types of limitations that
I don't know.
If you want to really play like properly through, you have to pay the sub, the monthly thing.
But that didn't happen until it had been out for like a year or two. Originally, you had to pay like $30 a month or something.
You can finish the first game. There's not. Oh, it's. Like, so you're saying the main campaign is free, but like all of the expansions and extra stuff that they add over the years isn't. That might be true.
It wasn't like that when it first came out.
No, when it first came out, it was you straight up had to pay a monthly fee. I have a feeling that things aren't going like I'm turning a profit, not a great profit, but then I'm looking at my competition, and other than Idris here, well, I mean actually they're not growing that much. We've all kind of been stuck.
You look like a robber baron.
Who's worth the most in Star Wars? R2D2. They beeped out every word he said. I mean, how many times has C-3PO like, why I never?
Funny. I liked it.
Final Fantasy IV lets you play through the first full game. Of course, it's pretty huge. Yeah. Like, I'm just stuck here waiting until I have enough money to hook up Kansas City to get it on the network. Because then we'll have Fabric actually be able to get through here at a meaningful speed. And the worst thing is by the time I can't afford the auction, get out of here.
How does Wicket get across the road?
How?
He walks.
Just waiting till I have enough money. I already have the trains. I literally just need to buy the second track because I don't want to have one track with that many trains on it because they'll jam pack at each other. No, I gotcha. People be punning.
Mm-hmm. You already know this, but what's a Jawa's favorite drink? What's a Jawa's favorite drink?
What is a Jawa's favorite drink?
Martini.
Why did the baby strawberry cry? I have no idea.
Why did the baby strawberry cry?
Oh, we're so close.
It's Mama's in a jam. Oh, the poor baby strawberry.
The worst thing is I can picture someone having like a YouTube channel or whatever and having that joke
That's so
with a cartoon,
sad.
like a cartoon animation kind of thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like what's that cartoon where like the person was trying to push the person out of the way of the car and then the person fell down and broke their head open? You know what I'm
Oh
talking about?
no, that wasn't. They didn't break their hope, but they got paralyzed.
Yeah, they got paralyzed because they got pushed over.
What is that?
Oh, that was awful.
I know the one you're talking about. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I don't need Kansas City night. I need to race stop twice. Happiness and Cyanide.
Yeah, it was like all stuff like that. It's all like
Happiness and Cyanide, and every season they would have the depressing episode. And it was just one thing after the other. So like there's the one where the person's dying of a terminal disease, but they're also like they're having their first kid, so it's just the roller coaster of like, oh, we're like there's the like this, sonogram up, here's your like horrible treatment and like watching you slowly fade, and it's just like the entire thing is just as depressing as humanly
awful.
possible.
What part of the vegetable is the hardest to eat? What? What part? Oh, I'm on pins and needles. What part? On the edge of my seat. The wheel? Get it. Oh. Kind of me.
Oh yeah, let's not do that. Chilling spree. That's we advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, so that's eek.
I love Cyanide and Happiness stuff. They post comics on their website pretty much daily. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. That's some output.
Alright, so we've got that one. Oh, I didn't set your... What's up?
I love you.
I love you more, and you just have to live with that fact. Alright, so we got all this going here. Alright, I think the next thing I need to do is I need to expand our rails.
I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something.
Yep.
Funny. Stairs, my one weakness. Classic.
Oh, Borderlands. You had such good ones.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
Why does the river get dirty? Yeah, like it's dirty there. But up here, see, it's nice.
It's probably just that this is a big, swampy area, so that's just swampy after that point. There's also swampy there, so it actually gets nice again after a while. The game does some stuff that's right and some stuff that's wrong, because apparently this is what thinks Florida looks like.
That is not what Florida looks like.
Nope.
Nope. These don't get jokes. They're always taking things literally. Always taking things literally.
Alright, so Kansas City is on the network, and we have a bunch of time, so I should, in theory, get a big payout. That's the hope, at least. You don't like elevators? I guess you could say I was raised differently. Yeah, we're not desert. It's like, we may be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Desert is not one of them.
Florida is a lot of things. is someplace where the microplastics are sticking to the sargassum, which deadly bacteria then it's on the microplastics. So if you're visiting Florida beaches and there's a whole bunch of gross sargassum in the water, don't go in. Don't go in. Oh, and if you do go in, don't have any open wounds. And if you do have open wounds, clean those things. Cause oh my gosh, there's the bacteria in the microplastics. Oh gosh.
Yeah, when
You're
they talk
falling
about
apart, man.
like the once in a while where there's like the freshwater bacteria, they're like, be very careful, warning, flesh-eating bacteria. And you're like, what? I could do without flesh-eating bacteria in my life, thank you.
Elevator jokes are bad on so many levels. That's funny. Algae blooms everywhere. I know! And there's the algae, and then there's the microplastics. and then the bacteria are there. Oh gosh, it's all coming together. Ah. Elevator jokes are bad on so many levels. I'll take steps to avoid that.
The puns tonight. Oh man.
I like it. That's funny.
So the problem with my network right now is my network is basically one super long route that goes and stops at everything.
That's not efficient.
A distant, wealthy aunt has unfortunately passed away and bequeathed you 40 industry stocks. Cool.
Normally I like these kinds of jokes, but some of these are just going a step too far.
The puns.
Yeah, they're punny.
Okay. Yeah, we can get our maximum speed slightly higher. Heck yeah. Hold up, we're shooting for 23. There's actually I hate elevators. One of my classmates scared me to the point I would actively avoid whenever possible. That's no fun.
Did they talk about them falling or something? When I was little, I watched some documentary about them falling and like.
Alright, so I need to get more stuff on the network. To probably get the yarn for the cloth at Kansas City. We can get the wheat over here by Topeka. So that they can make the beer without a problem.
Because in Kansas.
Yep. St. Louis has grown and is able to support another industry.
Ooh! You get to choose it?
If I spend the money to open it myself.
Oh. Are you just gonna let the game do it?
Yeah, even though it's got not a great track record. So I'm gonna open. Oh my god, your maintenance depot is 102,000.
There's so many thousands.
The problem is they're like my trains by the time they get. Like right now, I have one maintenance depot in St. Louis, and that's for the entire train network. So half the trains are like breaking down trying to get back there because I'm getting this too long of a network.
My coworker got stuck in an elevator once. He said it became an oven in the first 5 minutes. Well, that sounds unpleasant.
Yep.
And it didn't help that the elevator was an older model that looked like it was from the 80s.
I am noticing my network is much larger than the other people. Wait, did one of the other players...
That train station looks so much like the Main Street station at Walt Disney World, the Magic Kingdom.
So this guy is slowly going under.
Haha, Idris. Ooh, yeah.
He has a railroad that goes from San Diego to wood and wheat. So literally he has just San Diego's entire network.
Loser.
Am I playing against AI or real people? Oh, AI. I actually don't know if there's a person mode. I know there's a collaborative mode or whatever.
When I tried to get out of that elevator, it almost took off my arm. Yee.
I think the scariest elevators I ever dealt with was there was over on the East Coast Central Florida there was these casino boats. And there were the nicer ones, and then the really kind of crappy ones that broke high school and college kids would do as a weekend for an activity. And depending on which way the boat was leaning, either the door would open real slowly or it would slam at full speed.
This was a bad idea.
Sitting down or kneeling?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But so those elevators got spicy. All right. Rolling Thunder, that's when Rual wants to buy out first because the punny name.
What? Where does it say Rolling Thunder? Oh, it just says Rolling Thunder.
Yep. The good news is it does seem like my wealth is now growing faster than the other ones, but I'm behind. I also probably need supply depots. One way over here and one way over here.
Okay, I'll say that. I dropped my frozen waffle while on the beach. It was a San Diego.
Ow. Physical pain.
But it didn't. Okay, it's funny.
So the problem is I still don't. I need the warehouse to be built here. I need to stop spending money so I can build it, because I've got goods all over the network that I could spread out in the network to make more money. But yeah.
Happy.
What's up?
Well, she glides around the world from Key up to Carolina.
Okay.
San Diego.
Oh yeah, Carmen Sandiego.
She's a double-dealing diva with a taste for thievery. Well, she never Arkansas them, steal the may come from the jungle. Tell me where
Another step
in the
closer
world
to our
is
goal.
Carmen Sandiego?
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this before a certain time frame goes by.
Goes from Nashville to Norway, Bonaire to Zimbabwe, Chicago to the Czech Republic and back. Well, she'll ransack Pakistan and pull a scam in Scandinavia.
I'm surprised you remember it that
I
well.
love that song. And she'll pick 'em up down under and go pickpocket Perth.
What do people in Orlando walk on? Floor, duh.
I don't know.
Oh, good. They actually opened up planks as their second business. That they can actually do. I was waiting for them
Yay.
to be like, we want to make steel tools. Steel doesn't exist yet, but we'll get there. Yes, this is getting backed up because it needs more lanes. But I also need the warehouse. But I also need more trains. But I also need more places to sell my goods. But I also need everything.
Her itinerary's loaded up with moving violations. Tell me where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
We could almost make a warehouse. And that should help so much with the entire network.
But you don't have enough monies.
I'm literally waiting on our people to sell stuff.
Sell more. Okay.
So now I can go here and say warehouse. So you have wheat that's off the track, so you'll put that there.
Corn.
I have corn somewhere, right?
Iowa.
I actually don't think I have corn on the network. That's fine.
Oh, you need to
We
go
have
to
logs.
Des Moines.
We have meat locally, so I don't have to worry about that. Beer.
Sugar
Sugar.
cubes. Yummy.
I should have fabric on the network now.
Ooh.
You have apples,
Apples.
and that's all that warehouse can carry.
I like apples.
Okay, so that should make that available to all of the network. So the things I'm debating is one, I could split split this main route that goes the entire length. And have a bunch of them stop at St. Louis. So you have one route that goes here, one that goes there, one that goes there, and then one that goes the rest of the track. Shouldn't poor quality goods be called bads? Trains go slightly faster now.
Another task complete.
How fast?
Yay! Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one.
What?
I was like, so my next task is I'm trying to get enough passengers to like enough revenue. And then it's like, you connected seven cities with express status. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's not an objective I had to accomplish for literally 12 years, but you know, it's done now, so I guess that's cool.
Yeah, you jumped ahead. Take that, Idris.
Sucks to be you, Idris. Have you considered not sucking?
He hasn't. He's just in San Diego.
Old Ironside's a success.
Yay! Wait, Baldwin? You're not Baldwin.
Yeah, no, Old Ironsides is a new train model.
But you're not Bald. Oh, is that the company that makes it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yay!
Yeah, I think that's when they went from where it was like the steam thing in the middle of the train.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having the straightforward thing.
Mm-hmm. I did. That's that.
Why would you do something so incredibly sad?
I don't know.
You're really bringing me down with how sad that is that you
It
finished your
was
soda
pretty
already.
sad.
Oh, it's because all 7 cities of the thing. It's like, how do I have like every one of my trains is considered an express route because it's just a direct line through everything. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to wait and add more rails so that they don't. Basically, I got all of these stops here I could be using in St. Louis, but we're not. So I want to expand it so that I can have them use that junction more. Because right now I think it's choking because these two are like the only ones used from like the whole left to right side. It's like all these trains just waiting their turn. If I do put 2 more tracks here over to there and have the gridiron on that side as well, it should open up 4 of these spots to be used reliably. I might be able to afford that already.
I'm thinking of the Carmen San Diego show. Good stuff.
And just like that, they start taking the extra stops.
Yay! Trains.
That should really help because this is the center point. It's been just a bottleneck. Alright, so it'd be nice if I could hook up the veggies as well. Now, the thing I want to do is I actually want them to go through St. Louis since we have the warehouse there. Wait, actually. St. Louis does... Okay, I changed my mind. It's going to go to Columbia because we build a warehouse in Columbia and then that warehouse can spread it throughout the network.
When we were in Ohio and we were on Lake Erie, what was that city?
When we were at like I don't remember off the top of my head.
Where there was the giant farmers market.
Yeah, no, in Ohio. Was it Columbus? No,
Was it Cleveland? Was that Cleveland?
it may have been Cleveland. Yeah, no, I don't think it was Columbus. I think it may have been Cleveland.
Why are all their cities starting with a C? There's Columbus and Cleveland and Cincinnati.
I don't know.
See. There's other cities. There's Akron and Massillon. I know there's other cities.
Okay. So that'll bring the veggies to Colombia. And it will build a warehouse in Colombia to get that to the rest of the network.
Exciting. Puppy, that's exciting.
Trying to think if there's anything else I would have put on there. I actually have veggies. Wait. I
Puppy,
actually
that's
have veggies on that
exciting.
main route.
Is this... Oh, sorry. It's exciting. Did you name these things?
I mean, I can choose to name them, but I'm just leaving them on default names.
Gotcha. My Pops' Pops was at one time on the city council up in Columbus, Ohio. Ooh. That's cool. My Pops' Pops divorced my grandma and then married a younger lady. But then ultimately they broke up and he went back to my grandma. That's true.
Alrighty then.
He had a midlife crisis. Don't do that to me.
I don't intend to.
Okay.
No, that means I gotta make a second maintenance department. Because that route doesn't have a maintenance department on it. So all that money I made, it's gone. And they'll get the warehouse here. That'll make the veggies available in multiple places on the network.
That was my grandpa that loved polka.
Yep.
Yep.
Or he would just randomly call to him and just play polka music.
Yeah, he would. Just answer the phone and there'd be polka on the other end and just like, what the?
All right. And it's not like you'd be like, hey, Tomb, and start playing like polka music. It'd just be blasted polka music. It was like,
there's no
okay.
context.
Okay, we just get a little polka, I guess.
And he would never come on the phone either. So eventually you're like, I guess I hang up. I don't know.
Sounds like something you would do. Yeah, the problem is after that started, it would be the next day pick up and the moment you hear the polka, just hang up.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, I know what this is.
It'd honestly probably get me to the point I'd start screening the calls in the sense that I would see it's the number or whatever, be like, all right, never mind. I don't need polka music. Nothing wrong with polka music. I don't need music blasted through my phone.
Yeah. Any music.
Alright, so I'm gonna need to get more lanes involved here. That's what we're gonna have to be doing. So this part of this route down here, we're gonna try and expand all that.
You like how my blanket matches my shirt?
It does.
Yeah. I'm monotone. Beige. I'm not wearing the shorts that match. That really would have been.
Alright, so you got the warehouse. So we're putting veggies in this warehouse. You already have planks in that part of the network. We've got those parts already in the network.
I'm monotone. I'm Strider. He does that to me. I'll be like, I'm hungry.
I don't do it very often.
No, it's a joke. But he'll be like, hi, hungry. I'm, it's for his real name.
Go ahead and I'll put... some of these ones I'm putting in here aren't necessary.
That's a cow.
Thank you Pankraru for subscribing for 17 months.
I don't get it.
Many months. Time is a flat circle. This will happen again.
Oh, thank you, Pancaro, for subscribing for 17 months. Oh, I do get it.
Thank you, Pankraru, for the T1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 17 months. So a year and 5 months. It's a heckin' long time to be supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for continuing to support the channel. It means a lot.
It is a long time, Pancaro.
I just realized I didn't leave lanes open here for setting up to go for the cloth, whatever that is. Time is a flat circle.
Just like the Earth.
Much trained.
Cheesy.
Yep. And let's see if we're catching up to our competition finally. Okay, we are starting to close the gap. Your value went down.
Me?
I mean, Idris's value has been going down, but I think that's because Idris is over with the other two of them, and these two ladies are just bullying Idris out of the market. Idris is like, I have San Diego. That is all.
I have one city.
Just San Diego.
I have San Diego and then some wood out in the middle of nowhere.
All right. I know how I want to fix it, but I don't have the money. What I want to do is I want to move this to have 6 platforms instead of 2, and have 4 rails that go the entire way between all the major cities, and then 2 that go up to this stop. But I definitely don't have that kind of money.
What's that? Yeah, that one up north. What is that?
So this is
What's that blue ball?
Clark Farmstead.
Oh.
They do wool.
Wool. The blue ball is wool.
All right, so pause the game. Oh, good. I already have a supply depot there, and I just use the supply depots to keep it from deleting the entire rail path when I do this. Gotta snip those. And now it's gonna get expensive because you're gonna go 3rd spot.
Oh. Oh my gosh, it's like doing wiring. Like, connect this to the 3rd spot.
Don't do that. It's trying to make a parallel rail. Like, I want a parallel rail, but, you know, like, connected. Okay, so it about wiped us out financially, but that is set up. Meanwhile, I can get rid of the supply depot because it's a redundant one.
Oh, you got monies.
Okay. Now, the next thing is to hook up the wool. I was gonna tell a joke about time traveling, but you guys don't like it. I see what you did there.
Yeah, I get it. That's funny.
I'll put them on the other side. There's a better line up with Kansas City, and then maybe this will be the route that goes to Omaha later. Okay, so grab this. It's got a decent amount of earthworks. Let's put this on. All right.
Did you lift it up? How you just
Yeah, I made it so it was level with the ground, not level with itself. So the trains will slow down and speed up to accommodate the change in elevation. But it saves me money I don't have, so that's always a plus.
Yeah.
I just realized that means I'm gonna need our service department.
I like kissing you.
Yeah. Okay, so I think so we're gonna change this. Instead, build the rail to have to do the inside lane first.
Yeah. Inside lane first.
Let's set it to go over here.
Oh, so curvy.
Okay. It's actually not bad for earthworks costs.
Don't have enough money.
Yeah, so the plan with this is if I go to Kansas City, and only Kansas City, I got to buy another repair depot, which will be 100,000. So I'm going to go down to Kansas City, go to Rice Stop, and then go to Columbia. So it's not going to do the whole circuit, but it's going to do this stretch. I mean, I don't need it to. Ugh.
I need you.
It's fine. It's fine because it'll grab the wood and take it to Columbia, and Columbia is a distribution center for wood. That'll be fine. I also probably need to get the cattle directly connected to Columbia as well. All right. So honestly, for the moment, you can put that there. Grab you. And your freight only. There's literally one train on the entire route. I don't need to worry about colliding with ours.
And I tried.
Okay.
Okay, I can hide behind your microphone. People will just be like, what's that disembodied voice?
Well, it's disembodied voice. It's just what happens.
Yeah. I can make my chair go all squeaky.
You're now listening to your explanation go each other's throats.
That's not fun.
That's no fun. Yeah, so that shouldn't be too bad. Yay, no connection bonus.
Is Darkstrider, are you in the same time zone as us? Are you in the Eastern time zone? Because if so, that's too late for people to be yelling at each other in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I believe so. Or close. Actually, were you one off? It was somewhere right around the edge. Either way. Either way, it's too late.
Too late.
Alright, so I don't have corn on the network. Do I have corn set on this thing?
You need to go to Iowa. Well, I don't know about in the 1830s, but nowadays when you drive through it, there's corn and there's soy. And like some other stuff too, but that was the big one. I'm in the same time zone as Pink. Pink's in our time zone, right?
I believe so, yeah. There's not really a good place to get corn to Columbia. And they're not ready for salt yet. I can connect Louisville to this corn farm in the mountains, thereby making this super long rail even super longer, which is the concern I'm trying to avoid now because I'm starting to see it as a pain point.
It's 1 a.m. where I am. Oh, you're one behind us then.
Gotcha.
It's 2 a.m. here. We're in the future.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can hook up Nashville to St. Louis. That wouldn't be a bad move. Oh, right. Don't I have a thing I have to do in Memphis still? So I need to get my passenger stuff up. Then I'll have to get Abilene to Alpine.
Make Memphis the city with the most citizens. Do you control that?
I just keep supplying with stuff so it gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh. So you're really shaping America in this game. Maybe complete the loop around Nashville and Louisville.
Yeah, the downside is that I have to change that rail to come through this way, which will break all those. Because otherwise it has to do here and like do a circle around kind of thing. It might still be worth doing at some point. What I'm trying to do is it wants me to make this route between certain places. And I don't know where those places are. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be pretty upsetting when I go to find them. Alright, so city list.
Abilene.
So that's one of the two. That's way the heck down there from there. And I'm supposed to make it to...
Why is this chair so squeaky?
It's a piece of junk chair that I've been intending to get rid of for years, but we never quite... Oh, man. That is not what you want to see.
Strider goes bed.
Rude.
All right. Sleep well, man. Yeah, so I have to go.
Who else am I gonna talk about Star Wars with?
So I need to like set a rail all the way down here to Abilene
It's the only thing
and
I
get to
know.
Alpine.
It's the only thing I know about. What else am I supposed to
Oh.
talk about? It's my whole personality.
Those three are close enough that if I get those, I could set up a place to be able to make ceramic. But that, yeah, like literally I have to go from where I'm at all the way to like the far end of Texas to get that done. How long do I have to do that?
What date is it now? Oh,
It's
I see.
1832. I have to 1838. So actually it's not that bad. The big thing I need to do is increase our passenger volume. All right.
What happens if you don't meet those targets? You lose?
So that I'm uncertain about because in the single player campaign, if you don't meet the targets, it's just straight up game over.
Oh,
I think this one I just don't get as many points.
okay.
So let's go into this rail and add 2 more.
You win? Do you exploit everyone?
I mean, always.
Sweet.
So saying there's a long stretch that has roads that go, or rails that go only one way, or that don't have a way set. There we go. There we go. So there was a bad rail over there. All right, so that should keep things moving. Reduce maintenance costs.
Ooh.
Um, Yeah, you're struggling.
Ah.
I've actually passed 2 of them, so I'm making good progress now. All right, but I got a bunch of money, so it's time to make a move onto something else.
Take over San Diego.
Well, San Diego's the other side of the map.
I know. They're only not even to Wichita.
So, if I wanted to go for Abilene, I think we start stretching off of Topeka. We go to Wichita. We go to Oklahoma City. Then probably down to Abilene, and then we have to go to Alpine, which does mean I'm going to start directly conflicting with my competitor, so we're going to start going after each other. But that's going to be a bunch of work to get going. Is there other resources I need to get on here? We're not ready for salt yet. We already have beer. We already have this. Corn I don't have, so I can put Louisville. I can put corn on the end here.
That's yummy.
I don't really want to put corn on that end, but I don't have to, because I believe that corn is on top of a mountain.
Puppy salt is yummy.
Oh, it's actually not that high of elevation. It's a little higher, but not much higher. I thought it was like way up here.
It looks like it in the art.
Okay, and you're good there. And now I can grab the trains that go out here. Edit route. So look for Louisville. The first on the list, so we drag you all the way up.
What's this list mean?
This is the list of all the stops that that train route goes onto.
Like in order?
Yes. Do we actually care? Because I don't actually need the second Louisville instance. Because what'll happen is Louisville is not going to take anything to Cox because it doesn't pick anything up. It's like a farm, and they'll ship back to Louisville. So it doesn't really matter as long as Louisville. So Cox is technically the start of this route, and it goes the whole thing. We don't need to worry about ping-ponging it. Yeah, because you go Cox, you go to Louisville, you go the whole way up, and then Foster. Oh, I do need to put Louisville at the very end of the list. Okay, good. Might Not Fail Rails expands their network rail length 2,558 miles.
The ad on this side said the best snake oil.
All right, so in this end, we're going for Wichita, which is going to offer me no new materials I give a crap about in any way, shape, or form. But it'll be another city on the route. So go. Where's the last wheat place? Probably good to add another wheat place on there.
I like wheat.
This would be another place that'd be a good hub. It's got a bunch of random resources around it. So that'd be a good place to drop a bunch of stuff off. So put a warehouse here and have it ship out places. It'll also be good when we get enough research that I can get proper freight trains so I could separate out my express and my freight trains. What are you doing?
Sleeping.
You can't sleep there.
Why?
It's just not particularly convenient.
But you're not like playing a shooter game or something.
No, but it's still distracting.
Yeah, I'm distracting. Hmm. But I want to be close. The hubby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm close.
Alright, so you could take these two rails, move them down, have the 8 across, and then take 4 rails up here. That'd help the throughput up here. Giving up on the chair? Oh, you're going to sleep, okay. Alright, so with that, what I could do here is we can go like this. Actually, we're gonna delete that.
Become all a skill.
What's that?
Why has this become a skill?
I don't know what chair you're talking about. Oh, I have no idea why it's all askew. Alright, so I want this to follow that for a little while. Yep. Okay, because now this, you can have the grid do that. You got the supply place. Can't remember if that was there already. I think that was. That's probably helpful. Set the directions on our track. What have you trained up lately? We're training up a lot of our setup. Okay, so we don't have anything that's like, I can't go this way anymore. Alright, so we've got those. We got that little extension there. Now we've got the one that's just this stretch here. Alright, so St. Louis has gained more population. You stop regressing, so that's good. Alright, you're going to pay me more if I hook Chicago up to the network. I want to do that. I'm gonna be honest, not really seeing a good place to do that. Because definitely don't want to do that through Smith Terminal. About the best I have is just take that one and just turn it hard right through here. Put a stop there, then go to Chicago. But I was trying to go the other direction with the network. Chicago is next to Great Lakes. It's pretty close. I mean, don't get me wrong, this isn't exactly where Chicago is. Some of the stuff is kind of fudged around, probably for balance decisions. I'm still surprised, and maybe it's just the time frame that it wasn't here. I'm surprised we don't see Detroit, because Grand Rapids is big, but Detroit is like this whole area. Like I said, could be one of those things that at the time it didn't. Though somewhere near in California? No, Chicago is in Illinois. Chicago's way up here in Illinois. Okay, so that should help out with that. Ooh, you're... Oh, yeah, I guess it makes sense. There's another platform. So get that, the Scott terminal in there. They'll put more veggies and more yarn in the network. That won't help too much with their money right now. But we'll turn around and we'll get that over here. Like right now, the big problem is I have an entire network that most of it's just 2 lanes everywhere. And I need to get more lanes here. Yeah, so like over here, I need to take these 2 lanes and run them the whole way over here to Columbia, since it's got a whole bunch of our resources warehoused here as well. That'll help a whole bunch. I mean, you got like the spaghetti of a network over here. Same there. I'm still surprised. Like, I don't know what happened. This guy had more wealth. He had like 30,000, and then it just collapsed. Now, granted, where he's over with San Diego over here, like, his next move would be to branch up here to, there's a town right here. It'd be to connect to this town and then over to the sugar. That would give him a pretty okay route. He could potentially go up here for the cattle and all that, hoping that he can get, like, meat processing up here. But that's good that the 3 resources in one spot. Then maybe the dairy. Like, that's... I do feel he's actually in a very difficult spot to do much. Because he has to go through this mountain range right here to reach anything. And this one's just spiderweb and pinned him in. Now, granted, they're also kind of stuck between this player. They can kind of go north and try and go around, but I'm assuming they're both going to grow north. All right. Pretty soon I should be able to get either a freight or an express rail. Either way, once I do that, I could start specializing some of those rails. Reduce maintenance requirements. We're just working our way up the research. All right, we can go to this route. We have these trains in this route. Edit. So you go up to Rock Island, which is the very first stop in the list. We'll grab you. Now this is the first stop in the list. So we go Rock Island. Yeah, and so now I have to put Rock Island on the end too. Cool. Confirm. All right, so next up is connecting Chicago. Oh. I'm glad we have the thing set up where you can refund stuff relatively cheap. Yeah, so I've got to get more lanes here. This is bottlenecking up here. So you get Chicago connected for the payout. And then we're gonna go down here and get these, like at least this route here, and probably to Rice Stop, get that fixed. Kansas City has gotten larger. Topeka is getting larger. Rock Island is struggling. And put this down here, that way we can get the lumber and the coal. All right. Now connect Chicago, which gives us a source of fabric. Yeah, so it kind of feels like we're over here that have these like weird short spiderwebby routes that they're doing. I'm doing this like giant sprawling route, like one or two like really long sprawling routes. So it's going to have a lot of inefficiencies. I'm going to have to depend on getting faster trains. The other thing that is, there's going to be eventually a point that, like, where these two are kind of my capitals for, like, my warehousing. It will have to be a thing that eventually I'll have to make the trains, like, stop at these warehouses and whatnot. The infrastructure is going to get completely overwhelmed over time. All right. And then once we get that set up, Chicago will be set up. Yeah, you should probably be able to do it. Can't afford to bid on anything, that's fine. We may look at the personnel and see if I can't get some benefit from giving my personnel some extra money. Basically get a little bit more out of what limited stuff I can afford to build. It'll cut into my direct profits, but the increased infrastructure will probably help me get more of them through faster. Like, put money into the engineers to reduce my service time to avoid having the trains block the tracks any longer than necessary. And after Chicago, like I said, we got to get down here to Alpine and that, because that's one of our objectives. We still got a long time until we're there, but we can deal with that. All right, come on. The money fluctuates so wildly. Like, just depending on where the trains are on the route, we either make a whole bunch of money or not that much. Well, that's not what I like to see. Why are you all slowed down? I mean, this is part of the route is like, I need to expand the number of rails on here. Okay. All right, Topeka is also producing planks. It is pretty annoying how many times they like. Why did Kansas City? Why'd you go with dairy? I mean, you got dairy way down here, but that's not exactly available to you. All right. So with that, Chicago is now the start of this route. Scott Terminal is the last. Look with Chicago, Scott Terminal, Rock Island, and vice versa. Alright, so that should achieve that, give us our payout, and all that kind of stuff. Pretty soon I'm going to have to put another supply depot. Where's our last supply depot on this route? You don't have a supply depot that's been here for a long time, so let's put a supply depot up here. To help with that, we've got one over there. Got one there, so you're pretty okay. Alright. So, before I buy any more trains, I have got to get this main pipe here. I need more rails on it. It's just bottlenecking too much because they're all waiting on like the 1 or 2 platforms. It's gonna be expensive to fix it too. We'll start with you. Okay. Yeah, that extra rail, 149,000. And I have to do 2 of them. Alright, and you should be paying me pretty soon, right? You got a train on your way out there. It's another bottleneck location. Alright, what objectives do I have that I'm in trouble on? It's not a thing I'm in trouble at all. I have to do this by 36, and we're right on the edge of it. I'm just having too much traffic that I'm not making the money I should be. Okay. Alright, so there's the bonus for the connection. Then there's gonna be the second rail. Now once I do that, I set their direction, move the irons, and then we go to the next segment. Okay. So you're already set to 4 over here, but you're not. Okay, so just expanded the bandwidth of this part of the network. And this will be the next place. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I have to wait for a little bit more money to show up. Once I get a little bit more money, I have to shift these 2 rails over, then get the next 2 in, and the other ones I won't have to shift. That should improve the throughput of all this. All right. So not much being stored in the warehouse. Part of the reason we're probably not having too much stored in the warehouse is because everyone's going across the entire network. They don't need to stop to do it. But you do have the apple and the sugar on here. So the train's going in this route. We could probably take all but like 1 train off of this and let it go to St. Louis and have just like the 1 dedicated train going back and forth here. And then the rest of the network. So let's do that, because right now, how many trains do I have going on this route? I have 4. I have 4 trains going on this route. That's wholly unnecessary, especially since they're already loaded up. So what we're going to do is go to this route here. I'm going to wait to have a little bit more money, enough for a train. I'm going to delete these 2 stops off the route and have this route just go to St. Louis. Put that warehouse to work. Because right now they're full up that they're not even picking stuff up here. Okay, edit your route. So we need to take Norris and Edison terminal off. So you're gone and you're gone. And St. Louis doesn't need to be there twice. So St. Louis. Confirm. And then there's no reason to have it stop on the other way back. So you're freight only. It'll make that 1 train for the moment. Alright, so that should help with that a little bit. And I feel like this route here should probably end maybe in Columbia. That way it goes through both warehouses without doing the entire thing. And then maybe, like I said, we'll have like a west and east half. So we are going to have a bottleneck in between these 2 cities, but I'm trying to keep the rails from going the whole way where I pick up a load of vegetables and then transport it here, and that train just rides along the tracks the whole way and does no other deliveries along the route. Versus I pick up the vegetables and then drop them here, then they can pick up stuff and just do this little route here. Yeah, so right now it's 4 trains. And honestly, with this, we can just go to your route and then get her Topeka, Kansas City, Rice Stop, and then we stop there. So we're shortening that down, so we go to Columbia, and then back and forth. And then this route just goes the entire length. So that should help a lot of the network work out. Because I have less trains that are blocking up the whole system. And I have more localized deliveries. Do you have vegetables in you? Yeah, so you've got vegetables, corns, wheat, lumber, and all that. I want to make sure there's very little duplication in our warehouses. So you both have lumber. That's not needed. You don't both need to have lumber, so get that out of here. Did one of you choose... One of you get cheese over here? You did. I don't know what frequency you're actually going to be able to produce that cheese, but you can put that there. Okay, so that should help some. The next big thing that'll help is once we unlock either freight or express trains, because then where I have mixed trains for all this, I can start specializing them. Alright, so next move is still dealing with... Is it you? Yeah. Rice stop, shifting the rail over. I might have a... No, I don't have enough because I have to do 2 new platforms. So I've got enough for this part of the extension. Or so I thought. Yes, I got enough for this segment, which won't do a whole lot by itself, but I can kind of future-proof it here. So when I switch the rail over, it'll just... Like, it'll already map up that the rest of the route will still work. Because otherwise, if I cut this and I end up short, then the whole route is busted. Alright. Yeah, so like I said, the next move here... Take this here and make it line up with that there. Wait to have a bit more money. Oh, so we're going to get paid if we hook up the cattle. That's fine. It'll actually work out real well with Carter here. So we'll do that for the payout. Okay. Thanks so much for everyone tuning in. Has been lurking, chatting, playing, subscribing to the bits, hosts, the donos, and the raids. And also, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. I also am starting to wonder how much more Railway Empires are going to be playing in the channel. I've been playing a whole bunch of this lately. It's done well to alright. But maybe do like a half stream here and there of it or something. You've been enjoying the stream? Good. Good to hear. Because the only reason I'm starting to get like a little conscious that's like, okay, those are games that are like just kind of slowly expanding and doing that kind of stuff. I have a feeling it's gonna be one of those ones that like a lot of Paradox games where it's a lot of fun, but like for viewing side of it, it's not the best. Like when it was like the campaign ones where they're short little bites and all that, you'd kind of like do where I had the story, that's pretty good. But I feel like the grand campaign thing like this may not be nearly as good of a fit. I'm still going to wrap it up for like today. It might be that we get to the point of going, all right, you know, set it aside, get the next thing going. Which the next thing that we had planned was Raft. Because we had a poll for games to play on the channel. And I put up a bunch of options, and that was what won. I know there's been a lot of people, like, Raft has been played on the channel before. There's definitely interest in having me play it again. Granted, the last time we didn't like get through the whole thing. It was kind of one of those things that other stuff came up, and I'm like, but I want to play the other thing. All right. Yeah, that's been a good time. All right, so we got that. Get the next rail going. We get that hooked up. And then the reason I was like, this is also a good one is because Carter's already connected, and we can just literally have a ping pong back and forth. You do produce meat, right? I was just thinking, if you don't produce meat and you're like, go out of my way to hook this up, the cattle does nothing if you don't produce meat, because it's not... The average person living in the city doesn't need a cattle. They don't go, you know, I need to buy a cow. They're like, no, I need to buy meat. You can keep the cow, I just want the product. My apartment has a strict no livestock policy. Alright. In the meantime, I'm going to slow down the game for just a minute, because I need to get up, stretch my legs, and go grab myself a drink. So in the meantime, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the Bits, Hosts, Donos, and the raids. It all helps, I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a minute. But yeah, and part of the reason with like the campaign, is I do appreciate it's actually decently difficult. Like there's no, from what I saw, there was no difficulty settings for it. It just, you know, gets hard as it goes along. And have to like restart a level. I think that's fine, again, for playing on my own. But for streaming, have it tell you the same story, and then you put in, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, and then you lose, and you have to like listen to the same story again, which I don't think is going to happen. Like we kind of saw where things are going, that I could have made better decisions to go with that. And I think it's RNG what decides the businesses are. And for whatever reason, that run, the RNG for the 3 cities we had, all 3 of them chose stuff that the resources to make that happen weren't possible for us, not realistically. And so it's kind of those things like, but why would you choose any of these things? So I think it's partly getting hit by the RNG, surprisingly, because this doesn't seem like the kind of game that RNG normally is a big concern. Oh, I had those backwards. But there was that, and then there was the realizing really late that I was actually supposed to be getting stuff set up for Austin, not for that. Yeah, you also might be forced into specific setup. Yeah. And so far this game hasn't felt like that's been a big thing. I actually think I'd put a second train on there. Because with the veggies, they've been filling up on the veggies. While playing the campaign, yeah. It just ends up being like, this is a thing you have to prioritize. And like, but I want to mess around with other stuff. And I still have some of that. Because like I still have these missions I have to accomplish. So like where I'm gonna have to like beeline down this direction to set up, where are you? Albine with Alpine. Oh, it's not that big. You're shrinking. El Paso's shrinking. What is going on with the NPCs? This is one of those games that like you can play with the NPCs, but even their advanced AI is kind of garbage. Because there's plenty of games that's a problem, that the NPCs are just not that smart. Alright, let's slow down time just a little bit. Because I've been holding off spending, so let's fix this one. Let's see. I apologize, no, you're clear. I understood. Alright, so we're fixing this set of rails. Okay. And the reason I'm trying to get 4 rails is one, this is going to keep expanding down this way. And then the second reason I want to get the 4 set of rails is at least then when stuff happens, a lot of times it can just bypass each other. Oh right, you only have one rail over here still. I forgot about that. Okay, so that should make that have better throughput as well. All right, so downside I'm seeing here is that that's not lining up the way I want to as well. But I think this one's fine, that what I could do is just bring this back a little ways. And then set you up here. And that'll make 6 of the lanes available. And then I can bring 2 more lanes over here. We should be good. I probably won't be able to afford all these. And now I get Topeka far more bandwidth to do stuff on this end. Then what I think we do is we aim for this city down here. Again, just kind of bring this through. I do think this will be the point that we will separate where I have this giant length that goes here. We'll split that again. Probably Columbia as well will be this side, and then St. Louis this way will be the next one. And then somewhere down here I'll have 2 more warehouse cities that we, do the same. That way I don't have any train running the entire length, or if I do, it'll be an express train. But for the freight, they won't go as far. Alright, Chicago's grown. I can't afford it, so enjoy. Okay. And I could bring wheat into Topeka. And having a direct route from wheat to Topeka would prevent me from having to ship as much wheat around. And we could potentially put a warehouse here for the wheat. Like the wheat, cheese, cloth, logs, meat. You don't make meat, do you? Whatever. But basically, put more of the supplies in the warehousing here to, just add it to the network. There's a good chance what it'll do is I'll end up getting this place to have furniture later. Alright. Oh, it's still... Alright. It's interesting that let me bypass. Oh, it goes out and around. Alright, so it's still a mixed use one. So that'll be the next thing, is we'll just upgrade all our trains. Make them faster. Make them do a better job at hauling with less slowdowns, all that kind of stuff. Okay, we go ahead and mark all this off. Yep. I'm thinking today might be the last Railway Empires 2 day. And I think so, not tomorrow because tomorrow's my day off. But Friday when we come back, we'll probably, I'm gonna guess, we'll probably, so I'm debating whether we're gonna go with the variety stuff I meant to do today, because I need to do that at some point again, just to keep that moving. Or if I'm going to pick up where we left off with Oxygen Not Included, or we'll go to Raft. Like Oxygen Not Included, I intended still doing more of that, as long as people are still interested. But also be fun to like get Raft started as well. And realistically, the stream will do the same thing where I play like half the stream will be one of the games and the other half will be the other half kind of thing. We do a lot of that. Is the advanced AI really that bad? I feel like even with the advanced AI, they're really struggling. Like this poor guy is not getting bullied. This poor guy is just not doing anything on his own. Like, he should be connected to the city. There's no reason, unless he's gone bankrupt, like he's losing money. Like he just didn't get started. But he should have absolutely expanded to this city and gone for the sugar cubes, and then, that should have been his initial money. He should have been able to handle that. Oh, I see. That's not what I want. Isn't that switch things up? Yeah. It's always the catch-20. Oh. Right. So it's saying, hey, just so you know, all your express routes are in danger of no longer being considered express routes because reasons. Alright, so nevertheless, we got that. We should start getting our railway set over. Okay, so we can actually get rid of one of these. Two of them was overkill. Alright. So you have a supply thing on that route, right? I don't think you do. Alright. That explains that. Breakdown for maintenance. Alright, this is gonna take a little bit to get all this done. But yeah, now it's a catch-22 of, if you stream for 11 hours, it's kind of good to switch games partway through just to kind of keep the content fresh. At the same time, anytime you switch games, a certain number, like a decent number of people will drop because, they were into whatever game you were playing, and then they're like, oh, well, they're not playing that anymore. So that's that's what things that happens, like all types of content you do on the channel. It's like, well, there's a pro and a con with every decision, and you have to just kind of guess what is the better option. I do think switching games is not a bad idea. I do think that works pretty well. All right. So the downside is when you buy these, if you notice the price goes up as you buy the new train. It says, yeah, and people would be interested in the game you're switching to, will not get the notification. Right. That was one thing I've been trying to do better about, and I think I've only done better about like once the entire time I've been streaming. Is when I do that switch in the middle of the stream, just like on the Discord where I have the thing that say I'm going live or whatever. Just taking time to Gotcha. Sorry, had a thing I had to deal with, like admin wise. Well, not deal with, was made aware of. We had someone spamming people on the Discord. Every so often we gotta deal with people who can't learn to behave. Yay, new record reach. Not everyone uses Discord though. You'd have to restart stream, which is bad. Oh no, not like that's the thing. I do get that people don't get the notification on Twitch. There's nothing I can really do about that. But at least the Discord for people who, because there's people who watch the Discord and they're like, oh, okay, he's playing Path of Exile. I really, that's really not my thing. Which, fair enough. And then I'm like, okay, switching to RimWorld. They're like, oh, heckin' yeah, RimWorld. Or, insert game A, insert game B. That people do or don't care about. Alright, so 134 is the next one. Let's just watch to make sure I don't have other ones. It's like, if you connect this, we'll give you money. Which usually I think the ones where it's like, if you connect this, we'll give you money, it's people who are already trafficking between locations where it's shipping goods in, seem to be the thing. Oh good, you do have meat. So it does seem to be at least somewhat smart about it. That gives me more money. That'll be our first proper freight train. When we have the freight train, then I gotta start worrying about trains sharing a rail. But yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't stop and start stream for the notification. While the notification's nice and all, I definitely feel the dropping people and then getting them back would be way, way worse than the other way. I'm not gonna worry about the mail car yet, because the mail car is gonna be mostly good when I have dedicated express vehicles. All right. Well, 2 more routes left to upgrade. And 1 more route left to upgrade. All right. And all trains are upgraded. I'm wrong. Now all the trains are upgraded. Cool. So that should speed all the trains up a bit, which will help keep the network going. But yeah, no, it's those things that because it's usually around 9 o'clock that I switch. It needs to be that when I switch the category, and maybe it's a thing I could set up to happen automatically. It's just the stream announcement channel for people who use the I have on the Discord, instead of just having it where it's like at everybody kind of thing, I have it where you can sign up for different roles. I don't actually think enough people use it. But, people see the little dot showing that there was a new message there that maybe not they pay attention to. I don't know. It's one of those things I could probably automate and it'd be fine. That would definitely not be a negative. Yay, new land speed record. Alright. So next move I think is to get Topeka to Wichita. With the intent of going down towards Abilene. Like I'm not gonna sit there and just beeline right for it. We're gonna kinda meander towards it to pick up more stuff. But I do have one of my objectives to hook up Abilene and Alpine to have a route between them. There. We're almost about to accomplish that, and we still have a year and a half or a year and 3/4 to do that. You can also hook wheat up. Yeah, let's hook the wheat up to Topeka first. As a dedicated.
You have completed this task.
Yay. From a viewer's perspective, it's hard to keep up with all the Discord servers. Oh, it's no different for content creators. It is really difficult. So when we're going about earlier, Twitch just keep making changes that kind of let them nickel and dime the content creators. So it's like, how about instead of doing all that, you do something that makes your product better? What I would like them to do is to have some kind of community page or something on Twitch. That way, if something comes up and the stream's not happening, like, like, hey, like, family emergency, not gonna be able to stream, whatever it is. Like, it doesn't like, the point of what it is doesn't matter. But, hey, have to cancel stream, whatever. You can put there. Or, hey, I would like to poll to see what people want to see on the channel. Here's the poll on Twitch. Do that. Hold up. You been getting someone? Yeah, we had some real generous people earlier on stream. Let's just put it this way. Earlier on the stream, our total streams dropped to about 98 for the number of subs. And we're at 156. So when we dropped below 100 and people got heckin' generous. So again, thank you so much for everyone who was there for that, because that was a whole big thing. Unix has started using Discord just to get some updates on the streamers I watch. Not everyone uses the schedule on Twitch, but after some time, the constant pings Discord. Yeah. Well, that's usually a lot of time. Anytime I have to do an at everyone, which is really rare, I try and go out of my way to avoid it. But if I do an at everyone, there's like an emote people that use is just like an angry face with a little 1 in the corner of it. It's like, I get it, people don't want it, but like, for example, when I implemented the roles on Discord, that way I could take like, the roles and say, hey, like, for the roles saying, hey, like, you can opt into getting the go lives or opt into, doing this, like, instead of me saying like whatever, there was 3 different roles. There's one to opt in for like general information, like just whatever's going on there. So when I do the announcements of like, hey, we're having a poll for what games we're gonna play, I put that there. You can opt into when I go live on Twitch, like I do the hey, I'm going live, at Twitch or whatever. You can see the go live notifications. And then there's a separate one for the YouTube videos. And like no one signed up for the YouTube role. But that makes sense. Like Twitch is where the main audience is, and while I'm trying to build the YouTube, because Twitch is something you can't trust right now, that so you should absolutely diversify. And plus, even if you're just playing and doing Twitch alone, the ability to grow on Twitch is kind of garbage. That you do have to utilize outside resources to have a better chance of growing your channels. Not that you can't do without it, but you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot by not doing it. Alright, so this will be a dedicated freight lane. Yeah, people can suppress everyone. Yeah, and I need to be better about, between the at everyone and at here, I'm used to using stuff like Slack, where it's a little bit more nose. Yeah, you notice the Twitch news. Yeah, at least they backed off, like, today. But, yesterday they announced a new policy. It was garbage. They immediately had, like, huge, like, nuclear meltdown. And we're a whole bunch of people like, why are people making such an incredible stink over this? Yeah, it's a big deal, but it's not that big a deal. I think it was more, there's been a lot of, like, kind of simmering irritation. And so even though the issue at hand wasn't that big, which it is significant for a lot of people, but even though it doesn't impact everyone, it was kind of just all those building up problems that it was just kind of the one that, like, people's patience ran out. And so what ended up happening is they gave a not apology yesterday, and then immediately got called out from it by some, like, really big names. And then today they're like, all right, we're completely backed off. We're not doing it. Like, we failed. Like, we messed up. And, they finally came around to, like, doing the apology they should have done in the first place and said, hey, you know what? We effed up. Like, there's no excuse. We effed up. Like, this is bad for us. It's bad for you. We should have done it. It's like, yeah. And don't do it again. Oh, yeah, no, they're putting out fires now. There was a lot of big name streamers who did not stream today, or even worse, there was some of them who streamed over on YouTube, and I imagine probably Kick as well, kind of in protest. That they're like, hey, we may be beholden to your platform, but you're also beholden to us. Must hurt the shareholders' wallets. Yep. Well, and like for as much as I say, I personally still have no intentions of going to Kick because there's a lot of stuff that they have permitted that I'm not cool with. Like if they do actually do a good job of cleaning their junk up, right now, like Twitch is kind of burning itself to the ground. There is a point that Twitch being toxic to itself overcomes like Kick's, not good moderation kind of situation. Kick is backed by pretty shady companies. Yep. There's a reason I'm not on Kick. It's backed by basically the big one is like it's backed by a bunch of gambling websites that all got kicked off Twitch because they're, borderline scams. And then, a lot of their early adopters are basically people who got banned from Twitch from, what I would say is unacceptable behavior. We don't need to dig into that. But they were doing stuff that Twitch was like absolutely not and banned them. They're like, all right, well, let's go over to Kick. Like they're willing to put up with it. And at first, because Kick, when you start, you have no one there, so you have to like take what you can get. They were willing to accept a lot of not so great things. All right, so we're gonna skip this rail because that's gonna go over to the meat. Actually, do I want to connect you directly to the wheat? So if I have it go through the wheat, there's benefits with that, but it's kind of a hard call. Yeah, we'll do it this way. We got a lot of earthworks costs. And like for the record, I wouldn't hold it against anyone who goes to Kick. Like there is a lot of strategic reasons that Kick can make sense. Like Twitch famously, they take half of the sub revenue. Versus Kick, it was I can't remember if they take like 70% or is they don't, they take 30% or less. I can't remember. It's a much better cut. There's a lot of saturation problems on Twitch where if you're in certain categories, they give you 90%. Yeah, it's much better. There's lots of saturation problems in certain categories where, like, for example, if you wanted to play, what would be like Diablo 4 right now, like if you're not a huge name, it's going to be impossible to be spotted. There's just too many people in the category. But you look at something like Kick because it's a much smaller audience, you may have a chance of like bullying your way in there just because there's so few people there. And it's growing, to be clear. Yeah, no, I don't believe the 90-10 split, or if it does stay, there's going to be some other way they get revenue. Like right now they're in the grow phase, and that's always one of those ones, and it's not just with streaming, you always have to be careful of companies in the grow phase are willing to be far more generous. And then eventually they decide, okay, it's the time to start like making bank. And that's when they start, nickel and diming a lot of stuff and that kind of thing, and that's when things get to be a lot less fun. When it's like, okay, we've hit the point that the ability to grow whatever platform in is slowed down, so now it's just trying to get more and more money. Yeah, Quinn and Co pretty much have that D4 cut. Well, there's a bunch of them, but yeah. The big thing isn't that, like, if you had, let's say for example with this game, because it doesn't have, but let's say for example this game there was 2 content creators that are pulling in 4,000 or 5,000 viewers. That's fine, because if I can still weasel into that third spot, that's perfectly good for me. I'll still get found. The problem is with like D4 right now is that you've got the big names like Quinn and Cone that are like way up there, that are way up there. And then you've got, probably 50, 60 that are in like the 200-300 range or 500 range, and then you got, a bunch that are like the 70-80 range. And so the issue is for like this channel where I pull like 50 to 70 is kind of normal nowadays. I think at the best we were pulling like 150, 200 pretty consistently. with all those people over top of you, you're just so buried in the category you can't get anywhere. Because the issue isn't not being on the top. That's fine. You actually don't want to be at the top of your category. And the reason you want to be on the top of your category is if you start making up a large percentage of the viewership of the category, it means there's not much more growth you can have because you kind of already got what you can get out of that group. That's not necessarily a bad thing if you're happy with the size of your channel or whatever, but it is a potential problem. Which I kind of started to feel that in the Project Zomboid category, was I was consistently ending the stream in the one spot, and then when I'd start stream, it's usually like second or third spot. And it's like you could watch the net new number of followers just drop as I start getting closer to that, because there weren't that many new people showing up for Project Zomboid, but I had a large viewership with Project Zomboid. And that's the whole, you have to keep growing, but you also want to maintain your audience. The shuffle there that you gotta do a little A, a little B, and it's really tricky to make that happen. Alright. So I can do while we wait for more money to show up, and get this one on the route. So we go over here. Alright, so that's that segment. And that's the entire situation here. I do think it's time that I split this route up. So the thing I'm waffling with splitting this route up here is, so if I split the route up, I'm going to have it end at Columbia to the right, and then this will be St. Louis to the left. So there's the overlap of those two cities, just because that's where my warehouses are. But I already have 8 trains on this route. I think that's okay. Yeah, so let's split the route. We'll start here by expanding this one. So we have it start... There's Topeka. Okay, so we go to Wichita, we'd put after Topeka, and Topeka there. And that completes that route. All right. This gives us our first freight train. Our committed freight train. Okay. So this is where I gotta make decisions. It doesn't help that that discovery on Twitch is pretty much overall offer. Overall, it has improved somewhat, but you have to know what you're looking for, because the front page is always so bad. Yeah. Well, and it's the games page discovery. Hey, Rhetorical, how's it going? Like, the games page discovery is almost about your existing viewership, and that's a lot about how I deal with my growth on Twitch. It's like, certainly networking is huge. That's probably the primary thing, but there's only so much you can do on that. And you also want to be careful that when you're networking, you don't come across as like just trying to, get people's viewers where. All right, so we've got those two set up. All right, so this is the major route that this could break things when I change it. That's why I want to take Topeka, Kansas, and Rice off of here. All right. Cool. It's going okay. Have a day of rest and self-care. Self-care being actually good stuff. Nice. Self-care is best care. All right, so now I need to go here and find our actual freight routes. So you're a freight route. You're not going on a freight train. You're a freight route. You're not actually going on a committed freight train. You're a freight route. No, don't do that. Freight train. Freight route. Freight train. Okay. Love when the streamers let's see. I love when on the streamers we think you'll like our often streamer that already follow. Why? Yeah. Oh, you end up getting kind of like into your own little circles. Like that's kind of thing. Like a lot of people are in circles, and a lot of people have overlapping circles. All right, so they want me to connect to Madison. Look, game, I really don't have a good way of connecting to Madison that doesn't feel bad. I want to do what you want me to do, but I'm not doing Chicago and like looping back. I don't want to be like a ping into Chicago and then out. I want to put them on the main line. Which means it's gonna have to be a fork. And I don't know where we're doing that, where again, it doesn't feel bad. Like I think the answer is I have this go this way and then this one go up that way. I mean, I'm down to add that to the network. You got another source of wheat over here, as well as, like, honestly, this isn't a bad spot because into Madison, I could bring all of these goods. So that makes it available up to this side. You know, that could even be what I do. All right. So I could put a warehouse in Madison, probably. Still don't see how I connect this smoothly. So I can put a warehouse in Madison, connect it to Rock Island. Chicago's just going to do Chicago things over here, I guess. Put a warehouse here. Then we'll be able to get apples, wood, salt, wheat, vegetables, all of that into Madison. All of that's up there too, and only like there's a ton of resources up here I can put to, you know, I can leverage. All right. Well, I think the first thing is for bringing this online. We'll go here to supply depot. Okay, so you need to replace the supply depot up here. What did I just delete? Oh, okay. I deleted the gridiron. I was like, wait a second. I don't want to delete that. All right. So delete that. I don't even remember where that's supposed to go. So you go here. So that reconnects the existing connection. Let's not do that one there yet. We want to bring this one along around here. Hang on. We'll deal this in two phases. So put this here for a moment. So that makes that phase completed. So this should just connect the exact way it was. The next thing I need to do is I need to put you over here. I'm going to put you on this side because I'm probably going to expand more to the left. I'm definitely going to want every one of those ones on the far side. I don't think we're going to be... Well, we might take the 4 lanes all the way up to wherever that is in Canada. Oh, I only left you 2. That's probably fine, right? That's fine. That's fine for right now. I can't afford to really bring it across the whole way I'd like to. Okay. So that is a heckin' expensive route. Alright, that gets Madison on the network. And so what I'm gonna need to do is Madison, maybe Rock Island becomes the actual yeah, we'll make Rock Island the warehouse. Alright, so now I put the 4 grid on here. The 2 here. All right, so then you're going to go here. And you'll have a committed freight train. Come on. Because that's going to ultimately go up to get the wheat. Once you have money, I'll put a warehouse here. I just realized it should have mixed. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just have 2 routes. And you'll be the express route. Will right now just be a mixed. Alright, so I guess our... Well, I can't afford it, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's near LA anyway, so that's not what I want. How's the rail network? How's the rail network in the US in real life? It's okay if you're talking freight. If you're talking people, it's not like it's got a lot of how do I want to word this? It's not super useful because it doesn't go enough places, kind of thing. There's just a lot of places that people are like trains. That sounds like socialism or whatever kind of nonsense. They're like cars, brr. Like we have a very unhealthy obsession with cars. That anything that is not cars is deeply upsetting and offensive. It's incredibly frustrating. That said, it is getting better. To give credit where credit is due, it is getting better. Like, I used to, one of my jobs past, like, way back, I used to ride my bike to work, because just the nature of how bad traffic was in the area, it would take me about the same time whether I drove a car or rode my bike. And with the car, you know, I'd have to worry about people messing with my car while I wasn't there, versus the bike, I could park it inside. It was good for my health. I liked going for a ride over to, you know, a restaurant during, not a restaurant, it was like a Subway kind of thing, like literally Subway, during lunch and all that. And the amount of hostility I ran into riding my bike was shocking and deeply upsetting. I mentioned the story a couple of times. I actually don't mean to stop there. I mentioned the story a couple of times about on the like on the ride to and from work, I had one case where a person in a raised truck was riding past me that I was over on the shoulder, even though technically when there's not enough room to pass, you're supposed to ride on the inner third of the lane to deter people from wanting to pass. So I was still riding on the outer third, you know, giving people a free pass. And the person like speeding by, yelling like, you know, get off the expletive road, which there's no sidewalk or anything, so it's not like anything like that. And even then, I'm still technically supposed to be on the road a lot of times with that stuff. But then they threw a not quite finished beer bottle out of their truck window while they drove past. So this is a person who was drinking beer while driving, you know, threw something at a person, like another person, like threw it at me, so that's technically a form of assault. They swerved across the doubled stripes, you know, in an area when there's not supposed to be passing and everything. And just like, I kind of stopped there, and they didn't hit me, like they missed. But it's like one of those things I was like, okay, let me think of the amount of charges this person would be guilty of if a cop happened to see them do this. Because they were speeding, they were drinking and driving, open container in the car, assault, you know, reckless driving. Like, it's just like, oh my god. And that, like, having people honking at me and yelling at me to get off the road was nothing new, but it was the fact that, like, you know, someone throwing a beer bottle out of the cabinet of their truck. But it's better these days. There's still places that's the kind of behavior you'll get. But yeah. Oh, I need to have a service department here, don't I? Or actually, let's put it at Rock Isle. So Rock Island's going to get a service department, and the Rock Island's going to get a warehouse. Because Rock Island's going to start being the one to do that. At least they didn't run you over. Well, I mean, that's just straight up murder or attempted murder. Like, half the reason they get away, like, I shouldn't say get away, half the reason people do that stuff is they don't think there'll be consequences. Like, that's the things that comes up. Let's see. You thought it was bad Rual driving slow in PZ? That's how he drives in real life? So, I am a defensive driver. I don't drive slow. Like, I'll typically, you know, go the speed limit or just over or whatever. But I am a defensive driver. Like, when I was younger, I wasn't. But, I don't know. Driving stopped being fun after a long time. Like, not even because of, like, expenses and all that. That's certainly something. But, like, as I had to drive to and from work as more and more of my time on the road, it stopped being, like, this escape that was interesting. It was just, like, driving is the thing I do to accomplish a goal and all that. And once this is not that, like, that driving is, like, this entertainment freedom kind of thing, you know, the desire to drive faster and all that kind of goes away. It's just another chore. Which I do drive. Just, you know. It's not something I would do as, like, on my free time to just do. Now, I was younger and I was first starting to be able to drive, and at one point I had a convertible for a while. Yeah, absolutely, I enjoyed driving, but it's definitely during my time having the convertible that I kind of started losing interest. Modern cars are boring to drive, kills the fun. There are more transportation A and B. I wouldn't say it was a modern versus old cars thing. Because I wouldn't say I ever had, like, you know, a classic old car. It's just, you know, when you're younger, you're beholden to being like, hey, you know, mom, dad, I'd like to go to my friend's house, you know, can you give me a lift? Or, you know, ride your bike if it's in range or whatever. Or, hey, you know, I want to go over here. You like, can I borrow, like, you know, can I borrow the car or whatever? And there's this, like, freedom that when you get your car and it's your car, you can just get in your car and go wherever you want. And that's, like, super duper appealing. But then as you deal with stuff like traffic and realizing how, like, incredibly dumb people are on the road and watching, you know, friends you care about get hurt and all that kind of stuff, that it's just like, okay, well, I mean, I can jump my car and go anywhere, but do I actually want to go to that place? No, not really. Okay. So I just drive less and less. Because I also don't see the big difference between, like, a modern car and an older car kind of thing. It's two people on the road. It's bad enough I ever have to deal with myself. Like, you know, sure, they have safety things that keep, like, can, you know, take over and prevent you from merging into someone else's lane, that kind of stuff. They have stuff that they can do kind of like self-parking and all that. But I don't think about driving a car and be like, oh man, I can't wait to park. I am so excited. The thing where it's, you know, keeps you from rear-ending the person in front of you. Like, all those kind of things. I'm like, I don't feel like that detracts from it. Now you have people argue like stick versus automatic, and I can sort of understand. Like, the car I have now is the first car I've ever owned that wasn't stick. And I've had this car for a while, but I had multiple cars before that, just over the years. And so when I was younger, I was a big fan of stick and all that. But as I got older, I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with this. When you get stuck in stop and go traffic, driving stick gets a lot less fun. There's like first, second, up back to first, stop. Or I mean, it's not back to first, like, and stop. First, and stop, and first, and second, and stop, and first. And no matter what, it'll always go that they get just enough that you're like, you don't want to stay in first and ride the RPM high or whatever. It's just, Not fun. What was worse is getting stuck in traffic on a motorcycle. That was absolutely the worst. Because you'd try really hard to like drive, like you'd ride like a little bit slower just so you wouldn't have to actually stop. Because you know it's annoying to stop and then lean over and then lean back up and then go like go again and then lean over because you had to stop completely. And you're sitting there doing you're still doing the thing where you're on your foot. You're like, you can't see me, but like you tap your foot forward to like go up a gear and all that. I was like, that's the most boring part of automatic. It's only useful in a traffic jam. No, these days, even if you are an extremely talented person who could predict everything ahead of the thing, ahead of you, the inefficiency of the imprecision of your motor muscles and all that, automatic will win in gas mileage like 9 out of 10 times. That is just like it used to not be true, but that's just how much farther automatic transmissions have come along. Like it used to be absolutely true that you knew that you're getting into traffic, so you could adjust you could avoid shifting up because you're just gonna shift right back down and all that kind of stuff. But cars have gotten a lot better that they notice if you're being like you're changing gears a lot, they'll ride a little bit more. That the computers have gotten way better. Um, like it used to legitimately be a thing that driving stick you could get much better gas mileage than an automatic, but that's not true anymore, unfortunately. It was in the mid '90s the thing when the automatics finally caught up with sticks. Yep, yeah, they flat out win now in gas mileage. It's just straight up flat out win because they instantly switch gears. There's no all right, well we do this, we're flipping that. And they're cheaper to do an automatic nowadays for maintenance side of things, just because you don't wear out your clutch as fast, you don't do that things, and yeah, when you get them maintained, they're more expensive, but they're generally cheaper to maintain. So it is like now the fun factor. Certainly, there's a discussion to have there, but the gas mileage thing isn't true anymore. It used to be. But technology marches on. The only constant in the universe is change. Yeah, sure, stick is fun in traffic. Yeah. Or even worse, traffic on a hill in stick. I hated that crap. That was the absolute worst. Granted, not that big a problem here in Florida. But like when visiting places and getting stuck in like legit traffic and you're in a car that's stick and just like, oh my god, please. The fun factor is a big factor for gas mileage. This is true. Um, when you get to have the fun revving the engine a little bit, your gas mileage goes down for some reason. Retorted says, when I learned to drive stick, I lived in an area where there wasn't a single level road. Yeah, and I visiting family in Ohio and driving stick there. Ohio just goes like this everywhere you go. It's where you go to see the what do they call it? Is a runaway truck ramp? Where basically they're so hilly that the trucks have to use their brakes to keep from slamming in cars in front of them. They'll actually wear out their brakes to the point they fail, and then you have this multi dozens of tons, hundreds of tons truck careening down the road. And so they just have this ramp that just you pull off the road and it just goes up this big hill, and it just this super steep ramp. And so you just gravity slow down. I would never want to have to use one of those. I mean, obviously no one wants to, but the thought of out of control in a vehicle going up this ramp at whatever speed you can get to is terrifying. In fact, when I first drove that car home, I had to stop on an incline of a flyover. Nice. Rather than there is uphill both ways everywhere. I don't know any stretch of road that is straight more than 1 kilometer. Yeah, versus Florida, I can tell you where there's a hill. You gotta look for it. There's a place called Mount Dora. It's west central Florida. Yeah, there's some hills over there. They call it Mount Dora. Don't let the name fool you. It's like it's only a moderate hill, but for Florida, it might as well be a mountain. But for the rest of the world, it's like, it's a notable hill, while not an impressive hill. It's enough your car is gonna act a little bit weird because it's like, oh wait, gravity. But that's, about where it's gonna stop. Alright. So, I need to get there. Yep, that's certainly a hill. Yeah, it's just enough that you're like, am I on an incline? My car's acting weird. Oh, I'm going uphill. Yeah. That's fine. The car's just having to put a little bit more effort into it than it's used to. All right, so you have Topeka here. Oh, I was gonna build the warehouse. That's right. Not like South Michigan or North Ohio, where you're just up and down and up and down and up and down. Where you ride your bike down the hill and you walk it up because you're not riding it up. Not your Schwinn mountain bike when you're a little kid or whatever off-brand it was. I did build the warehouse, and then I proceeded to forget, maybe I should set stuff on it. So we will put wheat on the network. You have beer locally, don't you? You have beer locally and cheese locally, so there's no reason to put that. Vegetable on the network. Fabric, wherever you are. Fabric on the network. It was meat and planks. Well, actually, I had wood there, meat. And I know there's sugar down there. We'll do the planks instead. Yeah, we'll do the planks instead. That's fine. All right. So that means Madison up here, because what's going to end up happening is we're going to end up stretching into this area and up here from here. I keep having them be like, hey, do you want this business? Do you want that business? Look, I do, but not right now. I don't have the means. All right. That's like when I lived in South Dallas. Yeah. You look at the next hill and say, how much energy do I have left? Do I really want to try and take my bike up this? The answer is usually yes, and then usually you immediately regret it. But it's yes. How am I doing versus my competitors? It feels like I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so I finally have gotten to the point that me using human brain matter versus computer, I'm finally pulling ahead. Because I feel like this is one of those games that they kind of got an unfair advantage at the beginning. Okay, so I can put the logs, the apple. I don't need the other wheat on there. We got vegetables pretty close. But, ooh, actually, that's a good one. All right, so Madison, we're good. No, that's not. Oh, it wasn't Madison. It was Rock Isle. Rock Island. Forget the planks. Yeah, forget the planks. Salt. They don't have salt available anywhere else in the network. We're gonna go get that. Hill's so steep you can build up some good speed going down. You immediately stop going uphill. Yeah, like it becomes a thing that when you're riding bikes at the hill, that you genuinely like going downhill, you have to fight the how fast am I willing to push myself into going? Because you want to get going as fast as you can to have as much momentum for going up the other side. But at the same point, you start getting going real fast. You're going, okay, let's just evaluate. I am on a bicycle. It's not exactly, there's like a whole lot I got going on if, I hit literally anything and this thing dumps. All right, so we got that one. We get the next one. Like, you start getting to speeds where you're like, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable with the speed I'm going. Oh, I should... Here. Cancel that one. Do that. Grab the rail. Make it hug this for a little while, and then go for it. The reason I want to do is I want to put the forest splitter so I can get to the other side. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Because if I do that, then it can come in this way and split wherever they need to split, so it'll be more ready in the future. Alright, so with that, I'm going to need a new route. We'll go here to there. to Rock Isle. Do I want this one to go the whole way to St. Louis? I feel like this one should go to St. Louis. So I'll have it go here to St. Louis and Columbia to drop off the salt. Oh, and then, of course, it needs to go to reverse route. So boom. Okay. So your freight. I'm going to put 2U on that route. That's fine. They'll get that. Good train day? It has been a good train day. All right, so that'll bring salt down here. All right, so let's look at your warehouses. So you have wheat, corn, meat, vegetables. All right. I wish I could compare these to see. So they both have wheat. Congratulations, you no longer have wheat. Actually, do you have the direct route to wheat? You do not have the direct route to wheat. Cool. So instead, you have salt. So that makes salt available to the entire network now. Because at this extension, it gets here. That's on this extension, and then this can bring it wherever it's needed. So as the cities get big enough that salt is something they want, which St. Louis is probably at that point? No. St. Louis is very close to that point. That will already have access to it. So you need more corn and logs. Where do our logs? Our logs come from here. All right. Okay, so we're on this side. Oh, that's a general line. I was about to say, like, why is that not? Well, Clark Rest goes through here. What? Put a second one on there. Do I need a second one on there? Hang on. Let's add Louisville, St. Louis, Columbia, do all that. You go back to Rice, then Kansas City. Okay. So you just extended that a little bit, so that could be a more committed log route. Oh, you have a service department. Okay, so you're good there. Okay. Yeah, so we've got that. If anyone else willing to pay me money to connect stuff? We do not. And we do have Wichita here. They're doing fine. But I need to continue to expand the route down south. So I think Oklahoma City is our next destination. And was it Topeka that we made the warehouse at? Were we planning on making a warehouse here? I think we were planning on making a warehouse here at Topeka to provide for the network. No, that's probably too close because Columbia is right there. Let's go down. Can't say for certain, but I think your map be a little off. What makes you think your map's a little off, considering they depict Florida as a literal barren desert? Florida is many things. A barren desert is not one of them. If you want a sweltering swamp of sadness, that would be accurate. But a desert is not. Does this game have a campaign? Yeah, we did the first 3 missions out of the, was it 5 or 7 missions out of the campaign? We got to the 4th one, I got pretty far, and then got a game over. And it was one of those things that me playing on my own, I'd probably restart it, but a lot of the dialogue and all that would get really repetitive, so I decided, I'll just do the sandbox. But yeah, no, we've been doing the campaign all but the first day. We've been doing the campaign. All right. The campaign's pretty fun. It goes through like history. So they had like the very first introductions to the railroads to the U.S. on the East Coast. Then you go to what I believe they called Train Mania or Rail Mania. I can't remember what it was. One of those two. Yeah, so Rail Mania over in the UK, which is where like they had a whole bunch of different individual groups sprouted up. It doesn't really help us one way or the other. A whole bunch of different groups sprouting up that were all building their own independent rails, and so like everything was conflicting with everything. So it became like a huge problem over there that just all the conflicting railroads that just trying to travel from one end of the country to the other, you'd have to go through like 10 different companies with 10 different tickets. And so it's like a whole big thing of trying to take all these different like networks and start like making a main network that everyone went through that had one ticket could get you anywhere on the continent, that kind of thing. You didn't have to go through like 10 different companies. After that, they took us to the Midwest. So we were like where this pass is up here. Where is the pass? Yeah, so this pass is up here. That was our west border. And then we came across here to like somewhere in this area. No, it wasn't quite over here. Yeah, it was like over here, I think, was about the east border of it. So you had like the middle of the map. And then the last section of the map was way down here along like Texas and everything. Was like the whole like connecting like Mississippi, Alabama over to the far end of Texas to make it our intercontinental or cross-continental railroad. And I don't know what the last missions were, but it's fun. And they did a good job of like scaling up the difficulty as you went. Like the last one, like the first couple weren't that hard, and then I got the last one is actually like really rough. That where the other ones is kind of playing through the story more. Like the fourth one, it's like no, the person over top of you was like really a stickler for you, you know, really keeping deadlines and all that. So those deadlines were just really unforgiving. All right, so we're trying to get down to Abilene to Alpine, which again is down here. There's a reason I'm gunning straight for Oklahoma and through that. I just spent all my money, so I can't do that. It's a reoccurring theme. All right. At some point, I do need to start picking up businesses, because they do actually have a nice, decent amount of profit you get there from them. All right, so you have St. Louis to Columbia. So I can edit that rail. So there's Wichita, so we go Oklahoma City, put it there, Wichita, put it there, just to add the next route onto it. Pretty soon I'm going to need to add more trains to all this network. Indianapolis is continuing to grow and do well. Chicago is starting to grow because we got all these resources coming through. St. Louis and Columbia aren't growing much. Wichita and Topeka are growing all right. All right, I think we're at the point. 2 more trains there. Like, this pipeway is getting pretty bogged down. You have 8 on you, if I recall correctly. You have 8, so you don't need more. Oh, you're set up to only be freight. Alright, so I need a not freight route through here as well. So this will end up being our express route. Yeah, so don't worry about any of the other stops. So you're express. So you can get those tickets in. Try and make better money. So it does seem like we're already hitting the point, though, even at the higher difficulty. Like, at the beginning, it was looking very tenuous that the competitors were ahead of me for a good chunk of it, except for one who just trapped themselves weirdly. But it now feels like it's very much on the other end of the spectrum that I have just completely gone ahead of them. Where's your last supply place along this route? Got one up here, I've got one over there, I got one there. Let's... we'll just wait on it. So let's see how they're doing. So you've got your little network here. El Paso is still shrinking. Like, this one's been really struggling. Like, it was doing really good to begin with, and now El Paso is shrinking. Magdalena is shrinking. Tucson's getting bigger, which is good. This person did spread and get this milk. Or dairy. That wasn't going there. Yeah, but this poor one here, they set up San Diego, and then they never did anything more. Like, LA is right there, and, like, genuinely in their boots, I put a train stop at LA, and I put one for sugar, and that gives me 3 of the most important early resources and 2 cities to put them in. And then when I get a little bit more, I would set up here. That gets me meat and vegetables. And then we can go over here for the salt. Wouldn't matter much, but the dairy. Like, you'd probably go up here along the coast, but for whatever reason they built here, and I think they just ran out of money, aren't profitable, and just kind of collapsed. Alright, so Louisville's getting bigger. You'd probably be due to hook up to the cattle farm up there. Oh, you want me to connect to Nashville now? Alright, I mean, I'm on board with that idea. I don't know how I want to hook this up. I mean, I'm probably going to have to hook up this here, which isn't great, because this is basically just a freight line right now, and I don't really have a whole lot. I mean, I actually have room to expand that. What am I talking about? There's only using 2 lanes, but I got two more full lanes I can take advantage of. Sure, so I guess we're going to Nashville next. Alright. But then I'll extend the freight line to go between all this. And then have it go like this whole route. I'll also need to have an express route that, again, will do the same thing. I'm basically making these 2 my main hubs for this entire section. And then what'll probably happen is over here, someplace like Wichita or Oklahoma City, one of those will be like the next hub. I started to set Rock Island up as kind of a hub for this northern area. It might be too close, but that's fine. It probably is too close because... No, it's fine. There's a couple stops between it. That's okay. Like Rock Island, the next branch. Try and have points where I could like relay stuff. I'm sure people have figured out they're saying, oh, well, every n number of stops, you need to have how many warehouses that have these goods. And that if you do that, you can, like repeat it throughout the network. I'm sure people have figured out all that meta stuff. I wouldn't look it up even if they did have it. Alright, so I need to get that. Okay, so now I can go here, grab you, edit your route. Oh, nope, don't do that. Do now include Nashville. So now you ping-pong back and forth here. Do we add Columbia on here? I do. Okay. Put a second train on that route. Oh, because Nashville's not large enough to need apples, but that'll be corrected soon enough. All right, and with that in mind, we'll add an express route as well. That should help a lot of this out. How are you doing? You're doing fine. It is kind of fun watching the network spread and sprawl and do all that sort of stuff, like get larger and larger. And I also like that these random things, like if you connect this, will give you a bonus. Those feel like a really organic way to like grow your network in ways you wouldn't plan. Like otherwise, I would have planned to just go straight down here towards Abilene and Alpine because I have a mission objective for that. But, you know, then something over here is just like, hey, I'll give you a heckin' lot of money if you hook me up. I'm like, all right, well, I like money. Yeah, my actual quest can wait. Give me the money. Money. So we can hook up the Norris farm to Madison as well. Now that pass through to Rock Island. We're gonna do it. Oh, I don't want to do it from that side. Grab the second one, because I do want it to... merge in with everything else. Anywhere else that needs it? Not really. Okay. So this is going to be a heckin' expensive route. It's fine. I'll get apples up here. And every bit extra I put on the network along these kind of routes, the better, because it just alleviates a bunch of the other trains who have to carry those items. Do you produce beer here? You probably don't. You do. So for one, warehouse. Oh, it just says you have beer. Okay, so you're gonna go all the way down there. Do either of you have cloth down here? You do not have cloth on your list? You do. Alright, so you're not gonna carry cloth anymore, Rock Island. Actually, you are. No, you're not. Chicago goes through. So you can go to your warehouse, drop that, and we're gonna add the apples. Okay, then it will have a freight only that just goes right to Rock Island and turns around. Actually, I don't need meat to be warehoused here, because meat's available over there. So we can drop the meat from this one as well. Put something else there in place. Alright. So I have proper express ones now. We're just gonna break everything on my network. So drop the meat. Or not. You're literally, everything is using the meat right now. It's fine. It's not that urgent. So the problem is, now that I have those, if I build the express trains, they're going to need to take over for There you go. Do you have a supply depot along the way? Let's see where you got them. Yeah, so you got one down there. All right, so let's set this up. So boom, boom, boom. Freight, freight. That's fine. We can fix that real fast. Just complaining about this up here. All right, so we got all that set up. Okay, so let's check our routes. Do I have... So you're an express route that is in terrible repair for some reason. Which is interesting, because that literally has a repair depot at it, but that's fine. So go here. Yeah, considering how little is on there and the fact that you need repairs, that's pretty embarrassing. So you're now an express only. All right, are you configured for express? Yes. If you're configured for express, I expect you to be express. All right, so you're not express. You're not express. All right, so we have a new record. Problem with the route on you. So you start at Sawyer's shop. Might not fail rails. Yep. So you start at Sawyer. So start at Sawyer. Actually, why is Sawyer not on here? That's the problem. Oh, I bet you it's just this. Okay. So you start here. It says none of those are used. Why are you saying none of those are used? You are connected. You go down here. You connect to the main trunk. It goes here. What is your route? Let's get rid of the Sawyer. Okay. So you show up here, and you've got the rail. It's supposed to split us in all ways. That's the problem. Okay, we got it. All right, so let's go here, edit your route. You should be good to go now. Yeah, you can get back to all your stops. Cool. That's all that was. All right, so let's pop here. No routes have problems anymore. Because you're an express line in danger, but you're not an express line. You pick up stuff everywhere. Yeah, you literally just go across this entire main route. That said, it is probably time that we go boom. Wichita, Topeka, Kansas City, not that one, Columbia, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Louisville. So just those. Express. add in a mail car. So I first dedicated that. That went too fast for me. What was the problem at the end? So the problem at the end, so if we went up here, when I showed the lanes, 3 of these lanes were going down and 1 was going up, and the problem is so these 2 lanes are going the same direction, so it couldn't go in. The lanes were only going out. So there wasn't a way to pull up in there. So it's just I had accidentally misclicked one of these lanes, so it's like that. So the train couldn't get in there because it's going the wrong way. Once I corrected it, it sorted itself out a few seconds later. All right. So the next thing I should probably do is this main route that goes all the way east to west. So this one. You can add 2 more trains onto it, because that route's going to get some serious mileage. And once I get enough trains on this route moving around, I can take the other route both on the east and the west side, and I can probably get rid of where they do express and freight, and make them just express. Because you see, it's like all a mix. You're doing well. You're doing fine. How are you doing? Are you getting what you need to grow? You're getting your meat. You're not getting your wheat, and you're not getting your wood. I don't see wood in a particularly great position. I got some way down here. I mean, there's some over there. That's actually not bad. That's entirely doable. I can't afford it because I'm spending all my money as fast as I get it. What should happen is over time, I should be producing more and more money. So that stops being an issue. But I'm going to go ahead and put the wood and the wheat to Oklahoma City. Topeka is struggling because it's missing a lot of things it needs. It's missing a lot of things it needs. You do a ride along as in the first game? Yeah. So I choose a train here and go... I was trying to see, there's other ways you can do it too. I keep instinctively wanting right click. Do stuff. I know, it's like this. So you do it from inside as well as outside there. So it's broken down at the moment. I, of course, chose the one that broke down. But yeah, so you can do the ride-alongs through everything. Alright, so what I'd like to do for my next spots is, like I said, I'm going to put a stop here and here. That actually will work out, because what I could do is I could put a stop here and here, and then like bring it down that way kind of thing. And I'll be able to take Albany to Alpine. We'll probably go Albany, Odessa, Alpine for the next objective on our list, which isn't a long way away before I have to accomplish it, but I'd rather stay ahead of it. You're right about to hit your supply center, so it's fine. Alright, so there's lots of resources over here you're probably going to want to connect to. You know what? We'll worry about that later. We'll just connect this now. Worry about what fancy stuff I want to do later when I have more money. I need to stop being a perfectionist about this. Like, it's good to think in advance of what you're going to do, but when you have such limited resources, it's really not that much of an option. It just means right now hooking up to the next city is going to be not an easy thing to do. But all I'll do is what'll end up happening is then I'll put a lane that goes down this way, and then this will get bumped over the next rails. It's fine. Okay. So where was I going to actually put the warehouses? I don't, like, Kansas City's too close to Columbia and all that. I don't think that's worthwhile. Like, maybe we make it Oklahoma City. Like, maybe Oklahoma City is the next warehouse location. Because I want it to be far enough away that it feels meaningful. So I can go over here to Oklahoma City and maybe Wichita. So these will be maybe the two. We'll see. I'm not ready to build the warehouse yet. Do we hook all that up too? Well, no, you have your own grain there. We're not going to worry about that. Which means you're going to put a supply depot here for right now to keep that going. You know what, actually? Change my mind. Get rid of this. Get our money back. Oh, grab the route that goes through here. You go to Wichita, and you are going to go up there to that service depot. And you're going to ping pong back. And I'm just doing that way I don't have to spend the $130,000 of the maintenance cost on building an our supply depot, even though they shouldn't really take any meaningful amount of wheat up here. It'll also be able to make planks and beer available to Oklahoma City when it's not a smaller location. All right. And we can go ahead and connect you there. All right. And if we hook that up, that'll give us all supplies we need to make Oklahoma City into a city. Yeah, it seems like all the big ones are here. All the drop-offs here are making like 10, 20,000. Well, these little ancillary ones mostly just feed into that. There's 6,000 there. The downside is we are getting a pretty steep traffic jam in this area. We do have a bunch of vehicles that aren't even staying, they're just passing through, like this one here. It's got the corn, but it's not dropping it off. It's taking those all to Columbia. It's taking it over here. That's fine. But just holding up a lane while it's getting repaired. Might even be time to add another lane to Columbia and St. Louis as well. Hey, rhetorical. And I'm gonna be wrapping up in not too long. I also want to connect this last route real fast before I forget. Yep. Oh, we're getting hit with an ad. That's fine. I'll wait that out. We'll get this connected. All that good stuff. And then we'll probably start rapping. Man, I've had a good time with this game, but I do think we kind of hit that point where it's like, alright, probably time to switch it up. Just one more connection, one more train, just one more. Yup. Mm-hmm. Oh. Day out tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow is my day off. So tomorrow's a day off, and I haven't quite decided what we're doing on Friday. I was supposed to do a variety stream today, but like I started the stream in not good headspace because Twitch nonsense. Which it ended up like today was actually a really good day in the long run. I was like, when I started the day, I had actually debated canceling the stream for today, and I was like, no, I'll go ahead and do it. It ended up being like a really good day. So I'm really glad I did not cancel. But then tomorrow will be like the day off. And for those who missed the context, that Twitch put out like TOS changes. They were terrible changes. It led to a whole big bunch of Twitch drama, and then ultimately backed off and all that kind of stuff. But it was a whole thing. All right, so there's that and that. No, that's not what I need. Stop that. I need that. There you go. Oklahoma City. Hilton. Then you go back to Scott. Yep, that's fine. All right. Oh, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I don't have the money. We're broke. We're super broke. We're mega broke. Because man, does that money dip? Like we're making profit. We're a profitable company and all that. But it certainly does dip and dip hard. Yeah. You stalled out, you're stalling out, and she's still starting to make progress. Retorthand's like, Twitch did something stupid? I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. Yup. Chicago is growing. Madison isn't doing so well. But I think a lot of that's because of inefficiencies on our route still. I need to be splitting my trains up between express and freight. And then making more room for all of that. Okay, I do need the tower here. I'm not rushing to like end the stream just because we got caught with an ad break and all that kind of stuff. It is what it is. I know if you raid out while that's happening, people get left behind. So I'm trying to avoid all that. It is kind of funny that it is kind of forcing me to go way over to where my competition is and kind of not block them in. They can put their tracks over top of yours, like fly over or go underneath kind of stuff. But it is a thing that like that. Yeah, yellow's got you kind of pinned in. So it's interesting because I think yellow's the one who's not actually doing that great. That's orange that's doing really well. And then this person just never bothered. Let's put it down here, there-ish. That way there's a good gap between them. Okay. So, with that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is first I'm going to stop and I'm going to save. That way if we do come back, I know which run we're coming back to. But yeah. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the recording.